Live, the Sports Bash on location, the Gallery Bar, Ocean Casino, Atlantic City. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Pete Thompson, Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there, live, multiple ways to watch and listen to the show. 97.3 ESPN Radio, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. You can watch the show on the BFH Sports YouTube channel. Pete Thompson. You know, I'm not one of those people that gets too high or too low. I'm usually right in the middle. I don't like to get irrational. I frown upon people who are irrational.
Is the word "but" coming here?
But I'm starting to look at a team that my expectations started in one spot. And I'm asking the question today, is it fair to raise your level of expectations?
Good question, and I can totally see why you would have that question the way Week 3 went in the NFL. I know later on we're going to go through Week 3 of the NFL and talk about some of our observations, but specifically to the Philadelphia Eagles football team, I think that your expectations and your observations should be on the rise because, quite frankly, they're 3 weeks in and they're 3-0, and still unbeaten is still unbeaten. No matter how you get there, you're 3-0.
Here's the thing, Pete Thompson. It's not the fact that they're 3-0. You watch football all around the league. These games are close. They're competitive. They come down to a play. Regardless of the caliber of opponent, very few times do you see absolute domination. The Eagles dominated that opponent yesterday. The Eagles dominated a Minnesota Vikings team that beat Detroit yesterday, that has beaten Green Bay already. They weren't competitive in the game against Philadelphia. The game against Detroit, I don't want to say they dominated Detroit, but they had a 17-point lead on the road in that game. Detroit got back into it. But you're watching games all around the league. These games aren't competitive. The Eagles are dominating teams, and I get it. Is Washington a great team? No. Is Minnesota going to be a great team? No. Is Detroit? No. But the parity around the league makes all these games one-score games, one-play games, close games, fun games. The Eagles are dominating, so I think we got to ask the question to the listeners out there. Through three games, have you kind of altered your expectations, Pete? And I'll start with you. You're a fan. You're an irrational guy at times.
I'm a fan. I don't know that I'm all as irrational as you think I am, just because I'm not wired like you. Have I altered? No. My expectations are still what my expectations were. I will say this. I have little quirks.
What were they?
They were 12-5. That's what I thought the Eagles were going to go. I said,
pretty aggressive.
Well, that was my expectation, so I haven't moved off of that number yet. But do I love that they're 3-0? Absolutely I do. And when you asked me the other day about possible landmines down the road and, you know, who really could give them a game, I'll just say this, that the NFL is certainly a week-to-week league. You just have no idea who's going to get injured, God forbid, or who's going to be missing, or who you're going to go against, or who's going to have a hot day, and all those kind of things. The Eagles have started hot before. In fact, they showed a graphic on postgame that went all the way back to Jaworski. In the 1980 season, they went 3-0 out of the gate. They finished 12-4. In 81, they went 3-0. They finished 10-6 and lost in the first round of the playoffs. There are years, Mike Gill, in recent history where the Eagles have started off 3-0 and they didn't even make the playoffs as recently as 2016. They went 3-0 in 2016. Remember, they lost all those games in the back stretch and ended up 7-9. So
that was Doug's first year.
I know. So that, I mean, just because they're 3-0 doesn't automatically guarantee that they're going to be in Glendale.
I agree with that. I'm not the guy sitting here trumpeting that this is going to be a Super Bowl team, but I certainly think it's fair to now ask the question is it fair to ask the question if it's fair to put them in that conversation?
Oh, absolutely it's fair to put them in that conversation. And I had them in that conversation after the Vikings game before they even took the field at FedEx Field yesterday and did what they did. I will counter your question with a question of mine, and that question is, are you concerned that this is the second straight week in a row they haven't put any points up in the second half? Does that concern you? Because it does me.
It's a fair question, Pete Thompson. And I brought it up this morning on Good Morning NFC East. Mm-hmm. And, you know, they're talking about the domination, 24 points. The offense looks impressive. I said, you know, they didn't score again in the second half for the second straight week. My retort to that is, yes, I think it's fair to bring up. And my concern with it is not that they're not scoring, it's the fact that they're not running the ball well.
Correct.
Why are they not running the ball well? 24-0 for them, or 24-2, whatever the score was. That's recipe for them to go behind that offensive line and run games out. They didn't do it the week against Minnesota. They didn't run the ball as well. Well, I guess against Minnesota they ran the ball better than they did yesterday.
No, but in a key moment, they should have run the ball when they were sort of in their own end zone, and that led to Hurts's one interception against Minnesota. Remember that late in the game? The guy next to me that went to the game with me is like, I would have liked to have seen him run there. Well, yeah, you could say that after the pass gets picked off. I mean, they were trying to throw a little screen to Kenny Gainwell in that situation. You're right. Boston Scott, Miles Sanders, Kenny Gainwell, all three of those guys, not a single one was like fed or given the chance to eat yesterday.
Well, they
and
were. That's not. I mean, I'll say this, Pete, because somebody texted me and said, "You're up 24-7. Why aren't you running the ball?" And I went back and looked at the play-by-play. In 25 plays, they ran the ball 15 times.
Right, and if
they just didn't run the ball very well, I said. So it's fair to be critical of. They didn't run the ball very well. They ran the ball 15 of 25 plays, and just didn't run the ball very well.
And it looks like the balance is like 34-30, so you can't say that it was so disproportionate one way to the other. Miles Sanders, 15 for 46. Jalen, 9 for 20, so he didn't. Kenny Gainwell, 3 for 6. Pascal had an end around that did nothing, and Boston Scott, 2 carries for 0 yards.
Yeah, no, they did not run the ball well yesterday. That was at the top of the list. But listen, I don't think we should come out of yesterday's game and talk about the negative of that game. This is all about what are they doing well that we think is sustainable? What are they doing well that makes us change our expectations? And I want to hear. I want the text board lighten up today. I want to find all those fraud people who didn't like Jalen Hurts. I want to find all those people that don't think this team is a legitimate contender. I want to see why. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. You know, when you're watching this team, are you now watching a team that you've changed your expectations on? That's number one. Number two, what are some of the things, like Jalen Hurts? I think you got to ask the questions with him.
All right.
He had 22 of 35, 340 yards, 3 touchdowns. He's the first Eagles quarterback to throw for over 275 yards and 3 touchdowns in the first half of a game since Donovan McNabb did it back against the Rams in 2008. He hit Devonta Smith deep. He hit A.J. Brown on slant. He hit Goddard in the middle of the field. And the questions about, well, can he take shots down the field? Are they becoming answered? His accuracy, are they becoming answered? A guy who can sit in the pocket and make plays, are they becoming answered? Are we watching Jalen Hurts and getting to the point where we trust a guy now as the guy?
I mean, how could you not? And the simple case is I think I heard them say that they had either 3 or it was odd numbers, either 3 or 5 plays of 30 yards or more. I think it was 3, and they missed one to A.J. Brown that basically was tipped like late, you know. So, I mean, they had chances throughout that game. The deep ball or the home run ball was there. His accuracy, I think that his accuracy, he continues to put the ball in places that only his receiver can catch it. You know, I mean, how many years, Mike Gill, did we come on and do shows and post-game reaction of shows or post-day reaction of shows and talk about Donovan throwing it at receivers' feet or Carson didn't quite get that ball there or whoever the quarterback was. And in this case, you know, it wasn't 83% passing percentage, but my God, Jalen Hurts did everything that you could ask them to in that second quarter and pushed a lead up from a scoreless game to 24-0, and essentially, you know, the game was over at that point.
Well, and that brings us up to the next point here. If I want to hear people's thoughts on Hurts, where do you stand on Jalen Hurts right now? Are you totally comfortable? Do you need to see more? Has he won you over? Is he at least shifting you in one direction? You know, Jalen Hurts is almost like the Howie Roseman of the players here. Like, people wanted Roseman fired. They hate him. He's got to go. And then I don't hear anything about Howie Roseman anymore. Hurts, you got to trade for Russell Wilson. You got to trade for Deshaun Watson.
Mm-hmm.
You got to draft somebody, anybody but the guy we have. I'm not hearing a lot of cries for.
Oh, God, no. And here's where I stand on Jalen Hurts. I would counter with this statement. The Eagles are projected to be $35 million, Mike, under the 2023 salary cap. They have 2, not 1, 2 upcoming first-round picks.
One of them right now is currently number 7.
In my mind, they found their franchise quarterback. I feel that way.
Listen, Pete, if they had a judge on making a decision after 3 games, He'll be the quarterback here as long as he wants.
Stamp.
Yeah.
Right. Now they're going to have to pay him, and they have A.J. Smith, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert. I mean,
A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown, sorry. Something special is brewing here, and that's the thing is that the whole offseason we sat there and said, but the key question is what's Hurts going to be? Will the light bulb go on for this guy? And my God, all he's done is work harder than everyone else, not be satisfied with the results. Again, yesterday, it wasn't like he came off the field and gloated about his performance or talked about, how dominant they were in the second quarter. He talked about the things they missed, and that to me is the mark of a winner. The winner is the guy that is never happy with the final score, he's always desiring to be better.
Well, Pete, there's no question that Jalen Hurts has played about as well as you could possibly. In fact, I think it's fair. I don't know that he would win the MVP, but I certainly think if you're doing a quarter poll through 3 games, I mean, I know next week gets factored in too, but if you're going through 3 games, he's got to be one of the 3 guys in the top 3 in the conversation. Fair or foul?
Absolutely fair. And he's as much of the reason that the Eagles are 3-0 as the 9 sacks. And I can't believe that we made it 11 minutes into the show and didn't talk about 9 sacks.
Well, that's how well Hurts played.
Huge.
That's how well Hurts played. And guess what?
Yeah.
The quarterback usurps everything, right? We can certainly talk about John Gannon's defense. This is the defense. What you saw yesterday is the defense he wants to play. Getting pressure with the front 4, not having to blitz.
That's right.
Sending the guys, and they absolutely dominated up front. I think there was a lot of questions about whether Fletcher Cox still has anything left in the tank. Oh, you're not hearing people wondering why Jordan Davis isn't on the field.
That's right. Jordan Davis had good moments and bad moments yesterday. I mean, look, and you know what somebody else said at one point too? Somebody had told me pregame yesterday, I think they texted me and said, I think this is the game where we're going to see Nakobe Dean. And I wrote back.
He didn't get one snap.
I go, why do you think that?
He didn't get one snap.
I mean, college football to pro football, it's hard.
Listen.
It's like your master's, your PhD, and a 50-page thesis paper all into the same thing. You're like, my God.
I think it's not that Dean can't play. It's that the Eagles have 2 players right now that are playing really well. Listen, I could give a full expository on
good word.
Thank you. The evolution, if you will, of Jalen Hurts. But what Hurts did yesterday, is it secondary to John Gannon's defense? Are you putting the effort of the John Gannon defense, sacking Carson Wentz 9 times, just making his day miserable? Are you saying that is a bigger reason why this team won? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just asking.
No.
Where do you kind of say, hey, what I'm watching right now, I'm more excited about what I saw from the defense, or I'm more excited about what I saw from Jalen Hurts?
Okay, it's a fair question. And I mean, that's basically what you're asking is, who do you attribute the win more to yesterday? Do you attribute it to the defense, or do you attribute it to Jalen Hurts and another outstanding performance from him?
I don't know that that's the question.
Okay.
I'm saying, of the 2, which one are you buying more? Which one is more sustainable? Jalen Hurts and his?
Well, because he's done it longer. I'm probably buying Hurts. That's 3 straight games now where Hurts has been able to move the offense effectively, put points up on the board, make the right decisions, limit the number of mistakes that he makes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question for you guys out there.
That's a tough one, though. You're like asking, which one do you pick?
Well, which one? I'm not asking which one do you say won the game yesterday, or do you give more credit for winning the game?
Who are you buying into?
Which one is this more sustainable?
Okay.
The offense with Jalen Hurts playing at this level, or the defense sacking the quarterback? Did they get a turnover yesterday? I don't. They got a fumble. They got the fumble.
Brandon Graham knocked that ball out.
I'm trying to remember if Wentz threw a pick, though. I don't think he did.
I don't think he threw a pick, but I know that he was on the ground a lot. He gave Jason Kelsey. He did not throw a pick. He was on the ground a lot, and he gave Jason Kelsey his grass-stained jersey afterwards.
I think he fumbled twice, recovered 1.
Right, they're down here in forced fumbles.
Yeah,
one fumble lost.
Right there, PT.
Sorry.
Right?
Where?
Go up, right there.
Oh, fumbles. Well, dude, you point the wrong way. 2 fumbles, 1 loss.
He fumbled twice, he lost 1, and that was the one that – no, I was pointing right at it. That was the problem.
Yeah.
Right at it was the problem.
Yeah. Well, I panicked.
So the defense, they didn't. The week before they got all the interceptions. This week they got the fumble recovery, but they which one? Because I think the 2 biggest questions, PT, entering the season, were Jalen Hurts Can he be the guy?
And
Can he lead this team?
and the defense.
And John
Jonathan
Gannon
Gannon,
as the defensive coordinator.
Right. And look how
Both
loud
of
it
these
was
answers,
after week 1.
Both of these questions, the last 2 weeks, you can't ask those questions. Now,
That's true.
Are those answers signed, sealed, and delivered? I don't think so. Or are they?
I mean, when you ask about Jalen Hurts and the offense's sustainability, I would, as my counter argument, put up yesterday's box score and go, first quarter, 0 points. Third quarter, 0 points. Fourth quarter, 0 points. That's not sustainability then to me. That means that they only had one hot quarter, and it was the second quarter, Now, it's probably greedy of me to think that you're going to get like 10, 10, 10, 10 or double digits in each quarter, but you should have some points in the quarter.
I mean, it's like a baseball team that gets an 8th spot in the third inning and then doesn't score the rest of the way, right? I mean, do you say, oh, man, you had a rough day offensively, or do you remember, man, they scored 8 runs in the third?
Well, let's see this. I understand that it's like an American League game where you put up all 8 runs in one thing. Do you remember that 91 game with all
both
those
teams have
sacks?
the DH now, PT.
True.
Bless you.
Thank you. I had to sneeze. I was giving you that look, and you didn't. It's like you and me in the computer. Can you imagine us in a 3-legged race, like where we have to each share and try to run together and communicate together?
No.
Can you imagine us in any competition where we had to rely on each other to communicate?
No.
Just an observation as we get through the opening hello here on the Sports Bash on a Monday.
No, that's an expository I don't want to think about.
Is expository even a word? Can somebody text that in if it is?
Come on, PT.
I just want to know.
Why don't you look it up?
Okay, I will.
You need someone to tell you?
No, but
you have a genie box right there.
I do. I mean, all right. I won't say what it's reminding me of. It is a word, and it means. No, that's exposition.
It is a word.
Well, sometimes you pull a
I'm
little.
not gonna bring out a fake word.
Sometimes you mix words together. It's intended to explain or describe something. A formal expository prose. What does expository mean? Something intended to explain or describe. Did you practice this? I feel like you set me up.
Yeah, I had a lot of time today to practice. Yeah. I'm lucky I'm here.
Well, it is pretty crowded out here at the Ocean, and I am
My
excited to
God.
be here at the Gallery Bar Book and Games.
609-403-0973. You want to hear some text?
Yes, please. What do they say? Anything to get me away from expository.
I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I was a little
Wah,
concerned
wah.
yesterday that they scored all their points in one quarter and were held scoreless in the second half. And without much offensive output, they should have put 50 up against the Commanders.
Okay, it's a fair point. I mean, when the offense is clicking, they should be able to put up 24 a quarter. But
here's the thing I think people don't understand or choose to negate.
okay,
Like, when you're up 24 and Washington looks as poor as they did offensively, you get to a point when you're on offense that you don't want to show other teams anything.
I would agree with that.
So you scale your offense back so that I don't want to show Jacksonville, who I play next week, or I don't want to show Arizona, who I play in 2 weeks. I don't want to show them anything else. So we vanilla the offense. John McMullen has been on here a couple of times, and he said, in the game against Minnesota, why don't they score? Well, he contends if Minnesota ended up scoring and pushing them, that they would push their envelope a little bit more. So if Washington showed any ability to do anything, then Philadelphia opens up the envelope a little bit more and gets a little bit more creative in the play calling. I don't know that that's a legit answer or not, but I feel like what I watched yesterday was them kind of not wanting to show the offense. I mean, they took a couple shots down the field. I think they took a couple shots to really put the foot on the neck, but then they ran the ball 15 out of 25 times, and they just didn't run the ball very well.
Right, and that's true. And I did, I don't know if it was a hiccup on the line or if it was, it was supposed to be very warm down there. I do know this. I know that the fan base was like, they said it was like 60-40, Mark Schlereth said, and then he quickly was like, I think I might have to put that at 70-30. And I think if you actually asked somebody, they'd probably tell you that it was 80-20.
Well, did you see there's a post on our website? You can see the picture of this. This is pretty funny. Have you seen this?
Yes. I saved it, actually, because I wasn't sure if you had seen it.
So, obviously, there's a lot of Eagles fans there. And there was a woman who was posting on Facebook how obnoxious the Eagles fans were. She posted, Philly fans are the most obnoxious fans and then that's where the picture was snapped. So somebody sitting behind her was an Eagles fan and saw her typing this on her phone to post on social media. Listen, it was pretty evident that the Eagles had a pretty big contingent down there, 2 of which we sent.
Yeah, that's great, man. And I know that we aren't we sending somebody to club box seats in the home gate.
We are going to be doing that, PT, and we're going to do that today every hour on the show. We've got Eagles, Commanders, club box seats for their Monday night football game. Listen for your cue to call, and that's coming this hour right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We got a jam-packed show for you, so listen for your cue to call to win those Eagles Commanders tickets or enter for a chance to win. We're going to have a big show today. Johnny Mack, Mike McGarry, Phillies, by the way, played this weekend. I don't know. How did that go? They did what we asked. They split. So yesterday was disappointing.
It certainly was. Mike, the Sports Bash is brought to you by the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games. Get your game on at the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games right here inside Ocean Casino Resort this football season. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite teams. Go to the Gallery inside Ocean Casino Resort to go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to play. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, Mike and Pete, more Sports Bash coming up. Live at the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games every Monday. You can watch the show live. Subscribe to the BFA Sports YouTube channel, and you can watch us live each and every week right here on the Sports Bash. You can get that by going to 973ESPN.com. Look, it's really easy. You can either go to the website. It's right on the website. You can go to the app. It's right on the app. You can go to the YouTube channel, BFA Live Sports, and you'll see us live. A lot of people have been asking, I want to watch the show. How do I watch the show? There you go. We got the live video. But don't forget, the mobile app. You can watch it through the app. You can watch on the website. Making things easier. Now, PT, when we come back,
yes, sir,
we got a lot of text messages.
All right.
So the question is, for the people, do you believe in this team? Are they changing your expectations? What are you most impressed with? What are you worried about? 609-403-0973. More Sports Bash coming up.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the premier difference.
Back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, Mike and Pete, live Sports Bash Gallery, Bar Book Games, Atlantic City, Monday Night Football. I like the game tonight, man. Cowboys, Giants, NFC East. Love it. I love a Monday Night Football, NFC East.
I'm totally into the game tonight. My only concern, if
no
you will,
Phils either,
is that, well, yeah, and so there's no reason that I won't be invested 1,000% in that game, and I have work to do, Gil. I got like other projects I got to do, and it's like, man, but I gotta watch this football game.
PT, I don't ever get to just sit and watch the game. I have constant.
Oh yeah, oh sure, I understand. I'm not looking to you for sympathy. I'd never do that.
By the way, how was the concert?
You noticed, huh? Yeah.
You sent me the video of.
How blown away were you by that?
Oh, I loved it.
Friday, let's backstory that. Friday, we're in the car. We're going to lunch. I pick you up to go to lunch. For whatever reason, at some point, you get "Hold the Line" in your head. And you have it like an earworm.
Toto.
And you're over and over going, "Hold the line.
Hold the line."
Do. So less than 24 hours later, I'm at the Ringo Starr concert with his all-star band.
There it is.
There it is. And I didn't know much about, like, the all-star guys, right? But Edgar Winter was part of the Edgar Winter group.
Now, that was a quick pull there by Josh.
Yeah, Josh is on his A game today.
That
was
an A right there. I'll give him that one.
And so I send you a video of the guy from Toto playing "Hold the Line." And you were like, even you wrote back like, "Holy crap," or something like that. You couldn't believe it. Yeah, I'm very thankful. My friend, he asked me not to identify him by name, but I do have a good friend that was at the show. We would have been back like with the common folk in like 202 or something like that. And he basically said to me, and I quote, like, is it just two of you? And I go, yeah. And he goes, all right, follow me and don't say anything. And I go, okay. And then we walk in, and I'm like, oh, he's going to get us some floor seats. That's cool. And then we just keep walking closer and closer and closer. And then we're in the front row, and he says, oh, yeah, Mark's got to get you a wristband. And this guy comes over and puts a yellow wristband on me because you can only be in the front row with the yellow wristband. And boom, I'm 9 feet away from a Beatle. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that happened at that venue one night. I was at a Mariah Carey show.
And you got
I was doing the solid, right? And the guy says to me, "What are you doing here?" Well,
Right,
I said,
right.
"Well, my girlfriend's a big Mariah Carey fan." He goes, "You didn't buy tickets for this, did you?" And I was like, "No, we had them at the radio station, but I'm sitting like way up there." He's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, follow me.
Right, follow
And
me.
My girl was like, I wasn't quite where you were.
Yeah.
But we were, say, 5 rows from
Right.
Mariah Carey.
Right. No, it was unbelievable.
Now, I didn't realize
Yeah.
Ringo Starr was a glorified cover band.
Yeah, that's essentially what he's done. See, I mean, if you know Ringo over the years, he's not the most vocally gifted. He's a drummer, okay? So he has a couple songs, Octopus's Garden, Photograph. He has some with the Beatles, some without the Beatles, But then the truth of it is he knew, like, how am I going to go on tour if I only got 3 songs? It's kind of like PT. How am I going to host a 4-hour radio show when I only got 3 jokes, right? So I need to surround myself with talent, okay? And that's
Yeah.
what he's done.
See, the people with the 3 jokes, the dad jokes,
We had a
it's
guy
people
come on
like
and give us
you
one of those
that
today.
make there's a guy who just walked up to
Get
us,
your hair
right?
cut, got a ball cut.
Right, the
you
guy
know?
just walked up to us, and so he says, "Hey, man, you know this guy?" No, I actually knew who he was. I knew where he worked, but I didn't feel like placating the conversation. I'm kind of busy over here,
Right.
So it's like, nah, I don't know what you're talking about. And PT, of course, wants to like go back and forth.
He
and
was
back and
looking
forth.
right at me. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. You're better at ignoring people than I am, but I wasn't going to ignore the guy.
Very easy to do. So the question, and then it gets into, well, you have a face for radio. I'm like, you know what? I've never heard that before. Did you make that all up yourself?
Yeah, I was surprised when you pulled that arrow out. I don't know if it's
I don't have
struck,
time for
but
that
yeah.
joke. I don't have time for dad jokes. I want creativity.
So
That guy had no creativity. I wanted him out of here.
Here's the guys in the group. Steve Lukather and Warren Ham. They're both from Toto. Colin Hay.
Oh, that's why they played Hold the Line.
Yes, and they
didn't
also
realize
played
that.
Africa. Yeah, so they had 2 guys from Toto, and they played 2 Toto songs. Colin Hay is from Men at Work, and they played a couple of Men at Work songs. They played, what did they play? They played Overkill by Men at Work, and they played Who Can It Be Now by Men
You're
at
going to
Work.
play Men at
Right.
Work song. You're not going to give me who can it be?
Well, that came later in the set. They mixed it around,
Yeah.
And then they also played the Edgar Winter Group. It's funny.
By the way, on cue.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go. The Edgar Winter Group, like, I was just listening to Sirius, like, Vinyl or Sirius XM, and Edgar Winter Group, Frankenstein. Like, I'm telling you, Gil, if I said to you, do you know Frankenstein?
Yeah.
You'd be like, I don't know that one, PT. And then if you heard, like, 5 notes, you'd be like, oh, I absolutely know that song.
Yeah.
When that
I
guy,
can name it in how many notes?
When that guy when that guy broke into Free Ride, I felt like I was in my
Yeah,
own Dazed
that
and
was
Confused. Do 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 do.
Yeah. I watched it.
3
I
games
actually,
in,
when I watched the videos and you sent me the Toto, my thought was, man, I wish I would have gone to this show.
it was outstanding. Yeah, if you had been my wingman, I mean, no disrespect to the guy who was my wingman. There it is.
Was it the guy, Mike Carlin?
Mike Carlin? No, Mike Carlin really missed out wherever he is. He knows where he is. But no, my friend Sean was the guy that had provided the ticket.
Did you provide these things for Josh?
No.
I mean, this is just the fastest he's ever been.
Right. Well,
This is like a monumental moment right here.
I don't know.
Like, he hit that like immediately.
And it is awesome. Well,
Right,
this is
all right.
good background music for the text messages. All right, 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. All right, Gil. John and Buna's got some issues with you. He goes 3 games in, Mike Gill, and you're talking MVP. He's almost going John McEnroe
Okay,
on you.
hold on a second.
You cannot be serious.
All right, you can turn the music down.
John and Buna.
Okay, John and Buna. First off, John and Buna. I didn't say that. Vegas' odds are out.
That's true.
where I was saying. The Vegas odds, he is, I thought he was number 2 or 3 in the MVP. I'll look him up. I mean, we're at a sports book here.
Okay.
But John and Buna, you're telling me that I'm the only person you've heard bring that up? I mean, come on, dude.
He says, are you serious? You cannot be serious, right? I just did watch that McEnroe documentary the other day. It was pretty good. And you got a good counter to that. It's not you, it's the odds makers.
I mean, my whole drive everywhere, every time I was in the car this morning, everything I heard was them talking about how he has been
MVP
him and
like.
Lamar Jackson right now.
Lamar Jackson's been pretty good, too. Gee, my God, is Lamar
For
Jackson
John
been
and
good.
Buna, what I want him to do
All right,
is
John, you better be listening, John and Buna.
get the Caesars Sportsbook app, download the app, use my code RADIOFULL,
Very good.
and go look up the MVP odds. And then ask me if I'm serious or not.
Okay.
Right?
This is not signed, but this is somebody trying to help us about Carson Wentz. He said on the 2-point conversion, he threw a pick.
He
but
did.
But
Marcus Epps.
Yeah, but that doesn't count.
That's
right?
probably what I thought because
Yeah.
I was like, I could have sworn I saw an interception yesterday.
Right.
Okay, what else?
This one says, do I take the cash out now? What is this bet? Here, read this here. This is
Eagles to win the Super Bowl.
okay. And he could cash out right. He bought it for $20. He could he's
25.
He's almost doubled his money, right?
Yeah, he wagered 25 to win 1,025.
Right. So he's almost there. Do I cash out now?
No.
Folks, if you text us in, give us your name and town so we can give you some credit for texting in. 609-403-0973. Phil put his name. We appreciate that. The expectations of young quarterbacks are often way too high, Mike Gill. Hurts has started only 22 games. The coaching and the quarterback work ethic is critical, as is patience.
By the way, for John and Buna.
Yeah, you're still on John.
Josh
Good.
Allen is the favorite at plus 300.
Okay.
Jalen Hurts is next at plus 600. Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson are next at plus 700. So right now, Jalen Hurts is the second shortest odds to win MVP, according to one sports book. Now, Josh says at DraftKings he's plus 600. At FanDuel, he's plus 700. On most sports books, he is behind Mahomes and Allen. Mahomes lost yesterday, so I'm surprised that Hurts didn't jump. But
ahead of him.
I've seen Lamar Jackson in some. So to go back to John and Buna, it's not just me, John. I don't get irrational very often.
There you go, John. John and Buna.
Here's one from Jeff in Ocean City. Mike, I thought the Eagles would easily win the division before the season, and now I'm not as confident as Dallas and the Giants look good. However, the Eagles have thrilled me with their play to start the season, and I look forward to each game. Well, that's good. But if you entered the season thinking the Eagles were going to win the division, and then you watch Dallas and the Giants and all of a sudden have changed, you don't think the Eagles look better than they were supposed to look? Now, I know, do you think Dallas looks better than they were supposed to be?
Well, not without their starting quarterback, but I think Dallas's defense is still what's going to keep them in stuff, and I think Dallas's defense is why they're going to win tonight. You know, I like Dallas tonight, to be honest with you, but that's because Micah Parsons is a man, and then their defensive scheme is still their defensive scheme, and look, it kills me to say this because I'm wearing an Eagles logo on my chest. Excuse me, sir, is that a pledge pin on your chest? No, it's an eagle. But I digress.
I'm sure I don't get that reference. I'm sorry.
Oh, my God. Doug, is that a pledge pin on your chest? What movie's that from? It's Animal House. He looks
I've
at me
never seen
and he's never seen Animal House. How's that possible?
Sorry. Yeah.
That's true. But he can tell us who got the final rose in The Bachelorette.
Yeah. Sorry.
Man.
Yeah.
I can't believe you. Animal House is a classic.
I know.
How about you and I watch it one day with a couple of pops?
Sure.
And just you and me.
Okay.
All right? It's like less than 2 hours.
So let's see. You have any more there?
Yes, I do have more. I have more from that text message from Phil, where he said Hurts is way improved after a reported offseason of crazy hard work and film study and coaching. Well, the Eagles are checking the boxes. And then as a part to strengthen his argument, Phil says, look at the difference in Trevor Lawrence with Doug. Conversely, bad quarterback coaching can ruin a guy. Or I would add to that, Phil, can I add my own thing on these? I would say to that, bad quarterback coaching or a quarterback who's not secure in his own talents, a.k.a. Carson Wentz, who looked over his shoulder the entire season when Jalen Hurts came in. And not for nothing, but Carson Wentz, I cannot believe the guy's been in the league this long, and he still has no internal clock in his head of when he's got to get rid of the football.
No, I mean, that's the biggest thing right now. I mean, he obviously how many injuries that guy have? 9? It's obvious that he's a shot fighter. I mean, he's just not the same player that he was. To be critical of Wentz at this stage is easy because he had an ACL, he had a back injury, he had a wrist injury. I mean, he's just not the same player. You can't say the player that you saw here was the guy that everybody saw back in 2016.
Right.
They're not the same player.
Right.
And he's just a shot fighter.
Right. And a shot fighter is somebody you're telling me he can hang in the fight, and if he gets one good punch on the chin, he can win the fight, but it's a one-punch guy.
Yeah, I mean, look, he made some throws yesterday. He made some plays yesterday, but he just can't consistently do it. He holds the ball too long because he's always trying to do too much. What is
or
his strength
extend
is
the
also
play and
his
make that.
weakness.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Croce has one. He says, "Great win yesterday, guys, but something about Nick Sirianni still rubs me the wrong way. Before the game got out of control, the Eagles had some trouble punching the ball in the red zone and settled for 2 points going for it on fourth. Super nitpicking here, I know. It's a great win regardless because the Eagles did what they were supposed to do. But what do you think of his point there, Gil, where he says something about Nick Sirianni still rubs him the wrong way? I don't buy into that. I think Sirianni's
think
got
that
him.
is a case of fans putting too much stock. Sirianni's not doing anything.
First of all, he didn't call that play. That was Shane Steichen. Right?
Sirianni is a good head coach. Why? Because he's smart enough to get out of the way.
Yes,
He
and
lets someone else
delegate.
call the plays. He
Yes.
lets someone else call the offensive plays. All he is basically there is to set the culture, be someone that the players want to play for.
And wear Mike Quick's jersey.
But that's all part of it, is
Yeah.
that he is invigorating the players to want to play for him. He's invigorating the fan base, and that's his job as the head coach. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget, you can watch the show live. Go to the BFA Sports YouTube channel and watch the show. Mike McGarry going to join us, talk a little NFC East, get his thoughts on the game tonight, get his thoughts on how. Are the Eagles far and away the best team in the NFC East? Are they the best team in the NFC? Does he buy more into Hurts? The defense plus Phillies weekend. I don't know what to read of that weekend.
Long rain delay he waited out yesterday on Fan Appreciation Day.
There was a lot of people at the Phillies game. How the heck did they get 32,000 people there yesterday?
They wanted the gifts. They wanted all the free stuff that they were giving away.
All right, more Sports Bash. McGarry's on the way. Don't go away. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the BFA Sports YouTube channel.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
All right, Sports Bash Live, the Ocean Bar Book, Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino, Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN Radio, the free mobile app, 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, you can watch the show live video on the BFA Sports YouTube channel. We're streaming live video each and every day, so subscribe to the BFA Sports YouTube channel. You'll get an alert at the start of the show. Then you can watch the video. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. He had to sit through the rain delay yesterday, so I guess he got to watch the Phillies and the Eagles yesterday. So we'll get thoughts on both. Plus Sixers Media Day today. By the way, Daniel House will be on with me tomorrow. We'll talk to him about the Sixers and his incorporation to the roster this year. But, Mike, what's going on, man?
Hey, how are you guys?
All is well. So let's start with the Eagles and that performance yesterday. I want to kind of pick your brain. You've been one guy writing, look, if you're not on board with this Eagles team yet, I don't know what you're missing. And I'm sure yesterday didn't change anything. But I guess the question is this team sustainable? Is this the product we're seeing? Is this what we should be expecting all year long?
Yeah, absolutely. In my mind, there's a lot of good football players on this team, and they've dominated the Minnesota Vikings. They dominated the Commanders yesterday. Tremendous defensive performances to the point where, they basically, shut it down in the second half and were just, kind of playing out the clock to get a win there. Again, I told you guys, I think last week, I'm the last guy who wants to come on the radio and tell South Jersey the Eagles are great and sing their praises. But to me, they're a definite Super Bowl contender, a contender for the number one seed. And to me, the minimum for this season, the floor for this season is a home playoff game and a win, and a game in the divisional round the next week. That's the minimum.
What is more, in your mind, sustainable? Hurts's play or John Gannon's defense?
Well, both. I think there's a lot of good players on defense. This is an opportunistic defense. Now, I don't know if they're going to go out and get 9 sacks every week. I think our friend Carson Wentz had a little something to do with that yesterday. But this has proven this season that they're an opportunistic defense. They can force turnovers. They've gotten a defensive touchdown. They are able to make plays. And to me, Jalen Hurts is just he's off to an outstanding start. He's the real deal. He causes a problem. He looks like he's an improved thrower of the football this year, especially on the deep ball. And his legs and his ability to make plays with his legs are still there. So, look, I haven't seen anything I haven't liked out of the Eagles in the first 3 weeks of the season.
Oh, well, that's what I wanted to ask you, Mike. Does it trouble you, though, or does it at least make you curious as to why there's been back-to-back weeks with no points in the second half? Why is that? 1 week, 2 weeks in a row, no points second half. I think some Birds fans are concerned.
Well, again, I would tell those Birds fans to sit down and relax. The reason why there was no points in the second half is because you dominated both games in the first half. They changed the way they call the game in the second half. They are looking to get out of the game, get the game over with, basically at that point. Again, I don't see anything. I thought yesterday was more impressive to me than anything about the Eagles because I thought yesterday was a day or a game where they could have been caught at. I don't think they're going to go undefeated in the division. Where are they going to lose? On the road. Okay. Well, they're in Washington on a short week after a Monday night game. Traditionally, that's a very tough spot for NFL teams, and they just went in there and gave the Commanders the business completely. I would just tell Eagles fans, do me a favor. Stop complaining. Sit back and enjoy a 3-0 start, basically.
Now, because you're a seasoned veteran like Mike and myself, that stat came out that it was the third time since 1991 that they had 6 sacks in the first half of the game. Those 4 sacks in the opening quarter took everybody back to like Troy Aikman in Dallas when the Cowboys were 1-15 and you basically had the gangrene defense. I mean, what does that tell you? That the defense, does it just tell you how bad Washington's offensive line was, or is the Eagles' D-line starting to come into form?
I think it goes credit to the Eagles. I mean, look at the Eagles' defense. They gave up 7 points to the Vikings the week before, and they basically didn't allow any points yesterday. They've got playmakers over the field. Again, I don't think they're going to go out and get 9 sacks every game. I think Wentz had something to do with that. But they're able to pressure the quarterback, force mistakes, and make plays. I mean, so far the Eagles are 3-0. And, there's no reason not to feel anything but optimistic. You can try to nitpick all you want, just go imagine you're rooting for, the 49ers or one of these other teams. Imagine being a Washington fan. Put yourself in those shoes for a little bit and then reflect on how well the Eagles have done so far this season.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. On the other side of the ledger, you have the Phillies. I asked for a split. They got it for me, but was that enough? Was that enough to make you feel good?
Well, yes, to me it was. I mean, obviously yesterday they missed an opportunity, to win the game yesterday. If they win the game yesterday, they're 3 up on the Milwaukee Brewers in the loss column. With the Phillies have 10 games to go and the Brewers have 9 games to go. It's basically over if they win yesterday. So they missed out an opportunity, but I still feel very good about the Phillies. The math is in their favor. I know there's 10 games on the road. I think it can be beneficial for a team to get on the road, get out of town, be able to just focus on the task at hand. I still like the position the Phillies are in. If they go 4-6 over the next 10 games, the Brewers have to go 6-3 to get by them. I don't think that's going to happen.
Mike, obviously, the way the weekend went yesterday, do you like the way the pitching and everything is set up coming out, down the stretch they come here?
Well, I feel a little bit better about the pitching. First of all, I feel great about what Zach Eflin has been able to give this team out of the bullpen, how he's been kind of reborn as a fresh arm and a high-leverage reliever. I feel very good about the way Sir Anthony Dominguez threw yesterday. I mean, until Bilotti kind of cracked in the 11th inning, that bullpen had allowed 1 hit over 5 innings. So I feel better about the bullpen. I feel better about Ranger Suarez and the way he pitched. Wheeler has looked good. Nola has pitched well. So I do feel better about the Phillies pitching staff. Even Gibson I didn't think was that bad yesterday. For some reason, Marsh isn't wearing sunglasses in center field, and he loses the ball in the sun in the first inning. Why he doesn't have sunglasses on, I don't know. But I think Gibson wasn't as bad as he's been in past starts. So I do feel better about the Phillies than they've been the past couple of days. And also, you have Harper showing signs of life over the weekend, and Schwarber hitting 2 home runs. Streaky hitters, if they get hot, this is a good time of the year for both of them to get hot.
All right, Mike, 30 seconds. Quick thought on the Monday Nighter, Giants-Cowboys.
Big game. I mean, the Giants to get to 3-0, would be a great opportunity, and a big game for the Cowboys too. If they can go 2-1 without Dak Prescott in the lineup, I think is key. I think the winner of this game might emerge as the prime team that's going to chase the Eagles, the rest of the season.
Okay, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Phillies have the night off. Giants and Cowboys tonight. The Eagles in first place, 3-0, baby! You can hear it more on Wednesday when Mike's back with us here on the Sports Bash. Mike, thanks a bunch, buddy.
All right, we'll see you down the road. Thank you.
All right, right now I need caller 7, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. You are entered in for a chance to win Eagles Club Box seats for their Monday night tilt against the Commanders November 14th. I got Club Box tickets. Caller 7, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. You are entered to win Eagles Commanders Club Box tickets for their Monday night football game. We will be live at Garden State Beer Company on Friday, October 28th to draw the winner.
The Claridge Hotel has been around for a number of years. Here at Park Place and the world-famous Atlantic City Boardwalk, just steps away from the beach. So we've had a number of people come through our doors, each with their own style and taste, which is why they chose the Claridge to take their visit to new heights. Book your getaway today at Claridge.com.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Hour 2 of the Sports Bash live at the Gallery Bar Book and Games in Atlantic City's Ocean Casino Resort. Mike and Pete, Josh Henning producing the show. You out there. Hey, I want to tell you about my friends at Ambient Comfort Heating Cooling. Is there anything better than the beginning of football season? It's also time for you to tackle those home improvement issues that you put off during the summer, like your new heating system. That's why you need to call my friends at Ambient Comfort Heating and Cooling for their $79 fall, or as I call it, football season tune-up special for new customers. For just $79, Ambient will come out and check and clean your system to make sure it's safe and running at maximum efficiency. Prepare to get you through the cold winter months, regardless of who originally installed it. That's the key. Somebody else might have done it. They might not have liked the job they did. These guys can come out and take a look at it. Maintenance or a new system from Ambient Comfort may help with rising energy costs for your family. When comfort matters, choose Ambient Comfort. Visit AmbientComfortNJ.com. That's AmbientComfortNJ.com. Or call 609-568-0955 for their $79 heater or furnace tune-up. Tell them Mike Gill sent you.
I know a guy I think that could help. He's got the old oil heat, you know what I mean? And the oil bills are so expensive, and he has that grandfathered in. But I think he's considering, now there's gas, on his street. And he's, looking at it geez, I'm paying so much for this heating oil. How can I change myself over? And I bet Ambient can take care of that, no problem.
I just gave him the number. Give it to him.
There you go.
All right, PT.
I think I will.
So I want to continue to kind of look at some of the pluses and minuses of this Eagles game, which, they just.
I mean, there weren't a lot of minuses. That word nitpicking keeps jumping into my head. Like, are we being too critical? Are we being nitpicky? But, there's the no points in the second half does concern me.
Yeah, I don't care. Again, I really don't. I feel like they just kind of vanilla it up, and I think, it's like I think the comparison is like we talked about. You get a baseball team that explodes for 8 runs in the 6th inning. You're not expecting to score 6 runs every inning.
Matt from Seeker wants to know if he bought the ticket at 25-1 for the Eagles to win the Super Bowl for $100, should he try to sell it right now?
Sure.
Go ahead, Matt. Make some money.
I think I heard Bart and Hahn talking about that they have the second shortest odds in the NFC now.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Greeny did say apparently this morning, and this is from a texter, 609-403-0973, that the Eagles should win the division because they have the second easiest schedule in the NFL. I remember that in the summer. Like when the NFL schedule came out, I remember seeing that the Eagles, and you and I went through it the other day, and every time I even tried to give a little pause, you were like, really, PT? Like, that's the team that worries you? Because I think Arizona was one of the ones I brought up.
Well, and I think one of the things that we're going to now, the evolution of this team through this year is going to be, are they good? Yes. That, I think, is undeniable. This team's got talent. They're good. They're deep. The question will be, what is the litmus test to find out how good they are? They just don't have a team. When they play Green Bay at home, that will be the one game that you'll get a good indication if they're good. But really, they don't. There's not a team on this schedule where there's a litmus test to say, all right, let's see how they stack up against this team.
Right. And the first real test is the Cowboys, in your opinion, because of the Cowboys' D? Like the first legitimate test coming up? I mean, you can't sit here.
Week 6.
Right. I mean, you can't sit here right now and say that you're worried about Jacksonville. You can't even really.
I think it's fair to be a little concerned. Jacksonville, I think, look, they went out to L.A. and
they look
whipped
great.
that team
They look
yesterday.
great. And later on in the show, we're going to do our entire look at Week 3 of the NFL, and I have some points about the Jaguars that I'd like to make. The Cardinals only put up 12 points, bro. 12 stinking points at home.
Yeah, the Cardinals team, Hopkins is out. Their defense isn't very good. I don't think Arizona's a team that should worry you all that much.
What's your read on the Steelers?
Terrible offense.
Yeah.
They just have nothing on offense going right now. Now, if they make a quarterback change, maybe that will, put a little zap, a little life in there.
You're right. November 27th. I mean, they got the Colts on the 20th, and who knows what Colts team.
Yeah, the Colts beat Kansas City yesterday.
Right. And that got a lot of attention around the league because of how that went. But is that a sustainable thing, or is that a one-off?
Well, the Colts were supposed to be a team that last year was going to make the playoff. They end up not making it. They changed the quarterback, hoping that bringing in a guy like Matt Ryan would be able to be the leader that team was maybe lacking. Well, so far through 3 games, the first 2 didn't go so well. You beat the Kansas City Chiefs, Now you open up some eyes.
Right. Does that remove the stain of the tie that they had to start the season? I hate ties, man.
Yeah,
I just think, I'm with Donovan McNabb. I don't like ties at all, but I do know they exist.
Well, listen, I think if you look back to yesterday, you look at a couple of key things. Jalen Hurts, you got to ask that question. 609-403-0973. Keep your text messages pouring in, 609-403-0973. Because, listen, if I never saw Jalen Hurts play before and you sat me down for these 3 games, what else am I supposed to say?
Right. I mean, what more do you need to see out of the guy to prove that he's playing at an elite level? Al from Vineland says Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham, fountain of youth yesterday, or is it just that Wentz sucks, guys?
It's a combination. It's a good question because they brought it up on the broadcast a lot, Adam Amin and Mark Schlereth yesterday. The Washington's center was out.
Yep.
And that guy was ill-equipped. I mean, he had all sorts of problems. I thought Graham,
I thought Graham's got a little bit of a resurgence. You know what I mean? I think he's joyful and happy to be playing. I think that he could have, that kind of injury could be a career-ending injury, or that kind of injury could be an injury that you never are quite right again, you're never the same. And I just think he's got a bundle of energy, and he's thrilled to be out there, and he's surrounded by a lot of talent. And he doesn't have to be the guy. And I love Brandon Graham's story. You know what I mean? I love the fact that he basically almost got booed out of town at the early part of his career, and now he's become one of the staples in the heart and soul of the team.
Well, think about that. He gets drafted. The people wanted Earl Thomas. He's done. Jason Pierre-Paul, he made a huge impact. He's not in the league right now. Mm-hmm. The only guy left of those three is Brandon Graham. He has the biggest play in the history of the Eagles franchise, and then he did it again yesterday.
Yeah,
right?
It's outstanding, I think.
No, I think, to go back to that question, though, Fletcher Cox has had 2 good weeks in a row where he has made an impact pushing the center back into the pile, pushing the center back, making the quarterback uncomfortable, and I can't sit here and say I have questions or problems with Fletcher Cox the last 2 games. The first game, I think we asked questions. Hey, is there –
because it was Cox and Hargrave together. Like, both of those guys hadn't got home in the first game, and of course, Detroit. But now, and like you said, we see that Detroit is different than what we thought Detroit was. I mean, I got something on Detroit when we go and we look around the league that, that their streak of – what'd they go? They went 11 straight quarters with a touchdown. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
That you want to talk sustainability and efficiency. 11 straight quarters of scoring a touchdown. That's pretty sustainable and efficient. Here is Monday Marcus. He says, hey, Mike and Pete, I can agree with the PT, so he should like that. It's about the second halves of games and running the ball. Thank you, Marcus. Will it matter as much when the game is closer? Now, I also agree with Mike because he said, where is their competition besides Green Bay? Arizona doesn't look as good. Maybe the Rams just have their number. So the Birds play defense as they have been, and this offense continues to be hard to guard on many levels. And then he throws in a little cherry on top and says, thanks to the Phillies for at least 2 versus the Braves. That helps my Mets.
Listen, we live in the moment for sports, and we feel like that moment is what defines you over a 17-game season, which is preposterous. Obviously, it doesn't. The Eagles yesterday did not run the ball very well. There's no 2 ways around it. They should have ran the ball, especially against a team that had been giving up 7.5 yards per carry. You're thinking, why aren't you running the ball with more success? But am I concerned, big picture, that they can't run the ball? No.
Yeah. No, I
seriously, am I supposed to sit here and say, well, they didn't run the ball yesterday, therefore, I don't think they can run the ball at all? No, I just don't think they ran the ball very well yesterday.
I mean, would you argue that the most adversity they faced was in the Lions game? What's the most adversity they faced?
Yeah,
in
up
17.
Games?
Right.
Up 17
early,
in that game.
Yeah.
Not early, later.
No, I'm sorry, later.
They're up 31-17 in that game and basically let the Lions get the ball back with a chance to win that game. That was probably – and the fact that, look, the Lions went up early. It was loud in there. You looked sloppy on offense. Your offensive line was going off sides.
Right.
And you just looked like you weren't ready for the season to start almost. And that they rebounded on the road with that noise, took a 17-point lead. And I think the biggest – to go back to the question you just asked, what was the biggest fear of the season? It was, that they almost coughed that lead up. But I think that shows you what kind of team they are, that they didn't cough it up, even though they kind of took their foot off the gas a little bit.
I'm looking here at the penalties from yesterday. At one point on the broadcast, they were praising the Eagles for only having 1 penalty. And from that point on, it all went downhill. They finished with 5 penalties for 52 yards. The Commanders had 4 penalties for 48 yards, and the Commanders actually had 1 in time of possession.
Yeah, 32-54 to 27-06. If you look at the graphic on the video screen, if you're watching the video on the BFA YouTube channel, you'll see there the breakdown. The Eagles threw for 328 yards. I mean, quite frankly, they didn't have to run the ball. It's one of those things. Like,
right.
I don't need to. You're not stopping me, so I'm going to keep throwing the football. Like, they had 400 total yards. 328 of them came in the air. The penalties, they had 5. Washington had 4. Washington won at the time of possession, which is interesting and odd because it just felt like Washington had the ball in their own end of the field all day long.
Yeah, very much so. And it also felt like first half stats for Washington, or first half stats for the Eagles, like we're looking at the entire game, but if you look at the first half, that was as dominant, especially the second quarter, but that was as dominant a half as you could have, I thought, and the Eagles put up numbers that are like eye-popping, you know what I mean? That first half, the Eagles had in the first half 24 points to none, 322 yards to 50, 276 passing yards to minus 16 for the Commanders, 46 rushing yards. The Eagles got sacked once, Hurts got sacked, Commanders 6,
Do you
and
think
the Commanders
the
turned the ball
Eagles?
over.
Do you think the Eagles were running their offense in this? Like, do you think they were running their offense the way that they would had the game been a little bit more in peril?
Oh, yeah, no, they were just trying to get the clock over. I mean, they were just trying to get out of Dodge and not show anything. Your point earlier had the light bulb go on for me of why there were no second-half points. There were no second-half points because there didn't have to be second-half points because they felt that much in control of the situation.
Right, like at what moment in that game did you feel like Washington was ever getting back into that game?
Well, I'm not going to lie to you. I had the Eagles defense special teams on fantasy football, so I was disappointed by that safety. But
Right, I'm just saying, though,
I'm
like,
not going to lie to you.
when did you feel that Washington...
I never felt
Right.
I never
So,
felt panicked, or I never felt that Washington had a chance to.
It's like, listen,
to win that football game.
when you're coaching, you have to have intuition, right? Like, sometimes, like, for instance, in a baseball game, when you're up like 7-0, and then you go through their lineup and they can't put the ball in play, they're striking out, they're not scoring 7 runs.
Right.
So it's like, all right, I'm not going to steal. I'm going to take my foot up the gas. So at the end of the day, it's like, well, I only won that game 9-0. I was up 7-0 in the first inning. Well, I didn't steal. I didn't bunt steal. I didn't do a lot of things that I would normally. I feel like the Eagles yesterday were in that moment where, like, all right, we're up 24-0. They can't move the ball a lick.
Right. And
like,
they made some changes, too. They're very subtle, but if you noticed, Darius Slay had back issues, right? And he had gotten some treatment on the sidelines, went back in. In that last drive where the there's a buck in the box, where the Commanders scored, right, where Antonio Gibson had his 1-yard run, Zach McPherson had come onto the field, right? I'm sorry, Zach McPherson's a talented football player, but he's not big play Slay, okay? So when you're making changes, I saw Opeta out there at one point. Obviously, they stuck him in maybe because Landon Dickerson had said, all right, I've had enough with this foot issue. Sua, you get in there and you play, right? And so you make these little subtle changes and you're not as effective, and therefore you don't, you're taking your foot off the gas is what I'm trying to say.
Let me tell you, I agree. I don't think they really – put it this way. I think the first 3 pages of their playbook got ripped out, and they basically went to the back of the book and said, all right. And, look, they took a couple shots. Like, they tried to, hey, let's take a couple shots here and see if we can put this team away. If we get them, great. But if not, we don't want to show the wrinkles in our playbook.
I would agree with that, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will take this away from the offense that I saw yesterday. If you're concerned or discouraged about them not scoring in the second half, I would say, did you see the same play calling? Obviously not. But the play calling that you saw in the first half, if you're going to try to take A.J. Brown out, you're going to have some troubles with Devontae
If you're
Smith.
taking the swole Batman out, we haven't even talked about the cape yet. $9.99 on Amazon. He gets this cape.
You going to get one,
and
PT?
it's now become, well, I might need to get 1.5. I don't know that the standard size cape will cover the PT.
No, I mean, it doesn't matter the size.
You want it? Well, yeah. I mean, I don't want it to hang off me like a cocktail napkin. I'd like it to actually cover my back.
I'm sure they have one for you.
You want to get one cape and we'll share it between the two of us?
No.
Oh, you don't want to share anything with me?
Not a cape.
What? Okay. A meal?
Sure, I'll share a meal with you,
All
but not
right,
a cape.
that sounds like a plan.
But Smith showed yesterday that if you're going to try to take Brown out, sorry, tough decision.
He was unbelievable, wasn't he?
If you're going to try to take Smith out, of course you got to deal with Brown, and then there's Goddard.
And then there's Goddard.
It's
I mean, it's really a three-headed monster and a three prong. And you know what? They took a shot for Watkins at one point, and I don't think they connected on that play. And Nick Sirianni said that after the game. He drew a PI.
Two PIs, didn't he?
I know of one for sure.
Yeah. But that's another thing. You can lull teams to sleep, okay, with Brown and Smith and Goddard, and work underneath and take a shot down the field. But then you have Watkins who can hit you in the seam with that seam route. And the question had been, well, can Jalen Hurts make that throw?
I think that's been answered. He certainly made it against the Vikings. He made it again yesterday. I thought, and did you notice this? The play at the end of the half where the Eagles scored on that corner, it was in the corner of the end zone to Devontae Smith. the TV was screwed up. Like the clock didn't move at
Yeah.
all. But if you were listening on 97.3, which I later, heard the audio, I heard Merrill's audio, that was close, man. Like they almost didn't get that. That was literally like, but the drama wasn't there on the network feed because the clock was just frozen. You
Well,
didn't know
Amin
what was
made
going
reference
on.
to it. He said, the clock's not running. Why is the clock not running?
Yeah.
And you heard Merrill on the radio call.
He was counting it down like
He was
5,
like
4.
5 seconds. He actually
Right.
skipped over one of the numbers. I was laughing this morning when I
that's
heard
funny.
it. He
That's
was
funny.
like 7, 6, 4. I was like, what happened to 5?
This bomb is going off. Come on.
A lot of people texting this in, PT. We've had 2 very decisive wins the last 2 weeks, but for all our points came in the first half last week and in the second quarter. Are you concerned about the lack of production in the second half?
There you go.
No.
That's the question that keeps getting asked. I mean, you calmed me down, which is hard to do, but I was concerned about the back-to-back games where they didn't score anything in the second half. If your answer is that they didn't score anything in the second half because they didn't need to,
No, that's not my answer.
they didn't,
not because they didn't need
and they
to.
didn't want to show anything to the future
This
opponents.
isn't college football.
Right.
Teams aren't going out scoring 48 points a week. Like,
Right.
their offense did the job. NFL teams go to the locker room. They made adjustments. And I think the Eagles scaled their offense back. And there wasn't a high-level intensity to have to score. And I think
So
they had a
they
very vanilla playbook in
They,
the second
they
half.
covered the spread, and I hope you took the under, right? They covered the spread and took. And
You better be betting unders in the NFL all over the place.
It's crazy,
These
isn't it?
offenses are horrible. That
Yeah.
game last night was one of the worst games I've ever watched in my life.
The 11-10 soiree that took place
Now,
in
was that
Denver.
a scoreagami?
I don't know. I hadn't heard the word scoreagami before until yesterday. So
Really?
I make fun of you for Animal House. Feel free to make fun of me for not knowing about scoreagami. I heard it yesterday. Michael was sitting there, my girlfriend's son, and I said, "What did he say?" And he goes, "Scoreagami. You know what that is?" And I go, "No, I don't." And he goes, "A score that's never happened before." And I go,
Yeah.
"Oh, okay."
So whatever game I was watching,
It might have been the Broncos game. No,
no,
there
it
was one. It was weird. Like only the even the Eagles game. It was only the second time ever that it had a certain score.
Yeah, that's the one. It was like, oh, this will only be the second time ever that a game would end with this score.
Oh yeah, Kenny Albert brought it up late, right when they were filling. Was that who was on the thing?
No.
Adam Amin. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah. Do you know who Adam Amin's celebrity crush was
No,
when he was growing up?
no.
Elizabeth Shue.
Oh, how about that?
And PT tweeted Adam Amin a picture that I have autographed from Elizabeth Shue.
I saw that.
That's mine. Well, I thought you'd remember.
Yeah,
It went in and out.
I did. I did. Now that you say it, I remember.
Right. It went in for a second, and then you
Yeah.
dismissed that
Yeah,
like
yeah.
like most of what I say.
Well, I was laughing because I'm like, do you really anticipate Adam Amin responding to
I
this?
know you love this stuff. That's why I'm serving this
Well,
up. I'm
you
serving
tweeted at
myself
Ringo
up.
Starr.
Yeah, man. I can't believe he didn't respond.
Who else?
By the way, Ringo Starr doesn't really handle that account. Like I'm sure that's his people.
Did Craig Ferguson ever respond to you?
Oh, absolutely. Send me a letter and a pie. Come on, dude. No. But that's not why I tweeted them. I don't tweet at them expecting a response. I tweet at them hoping for a response, but I don't expect a response. And even if I don't get a response, if they just at least see it. I tweeted at Vince Carter once, and he wrote back, "Oh, hey, thanks. Appreciate the help, man."
That's nice.
Because he was looking for something with a sore throat. And I treated him what Frank Sinatra used, the throat coat, the T.
6 players, 9 sacks, the most since the Eagles had 10 sacks against the Jets in 2019. So the Eagles defense yesterday coming from all different angles, every different direction, and really John Gannon, I don't know, is he winning people over at PT?
You
hear a lot of people talking about, are you
Yeah.
worried that the Eagles didn't score at all in the second half? No, I don't care at all about that. But I'm more lasered in on, does anybody noticing that John Gannon's defense looks, all of a sudden, it's weird. The guy looks like he knows what he's doing. How could this be?
And how about next week? He'll probably look even more like he knows what he's doing. Although Jacksonville did win yesterday out at the Chargers.
I don't know. I might have to make the change. I drafted Justin Herbert, and I have Trevor Lawrence on my bench. Maybe I
Wow,
have to
you're
make
going to do a little flip-flop,
Well,
huh?
I mean, if I would have done it this week, and I already won this week, but Trevor Lawrence had a monster game, 3 touchdowns.
Not in the 97-3 league.
Yeah, I'm out. Nobody cared that I was there. I don't care that I threw my roster.
Oh, my gosh. And I love the fact, dude, could I pick a survivor or could I pick a survivor? If you're listening to this radio program and we do this again, which I think we're going to do this week, whatever I pick as my lock of the week, just go the opposite, and you're guaranteed money.
I'm trying to remember what team I picked.
Well, I told you who I picked.
Did I take Kansas City?
No, I picked the Chiefs. Josh picked the Chiefs, I believe. Let me see who you picked here. Unless
I wrote it down.
Did you put it in the computer?
No, I have a little list at the house.
Oh.
I mean, at the studio, I have like the whole spreadsheet with all the.
Right. I mean, here's our week 1 picks.
Yeah,
but
that's not helpful.
I know.
No, Josh, it's sitting right next to Josh there.
Oh, he'll
There's
tell
a
you.
list of like all the picks and everybody who's got what left.
Who did Ryan pick?
I could have sworn that he and I took the same game. Yeah, I just don't remember what game it was.
That makes 2 of us.
Yeah.
All I know is I'm 0 for 3.
All right. Well.
Every time, I'll tell you what, Blind Squirrel's got to find a nut at some point.
Yeah, by the way, John McMullen will join us at 3:30 today. John's going to have to come on a little later on these Mondays now because Nick Sirianni's press conference is at 2:45.
Yeah, what happened to the 12 noon press conference?
I don't know.
You know, what's going on here?
I don't know why they don't do 12. I mean, Chip Kelly used to do his later as well. It was like 1 o'clock instead of noon.
Chip Kelly was so arrogant, though. I mean, like, Chip Kelly didn't give a
So is
rat's
Nick
patootie.
Sirianni more arrogant?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
So why is Kelly arrogant? Because his press conference was at 1.
He's
and
not.
Sirianni's
It's not
at
because of that.
12:45.
He's arrogant because he's arrogant. He's the guy that got
Oh,
fired
I thought
for
you were
moving
correlating
no,
the
no,
time.
I'm not tying it together. Other than the fact that the Eagles, because they're the Eagles, there are other organizations in Philadelphia that bend over backwards to sort of placate the media. The Eagles are not that organization. You know what I mean? Like that relationship is not like, oh, what can we do to help our coverage? No, they're not worried about that at all because people are all going to be there no matter what.
I feel like the Eagles are actually one of the better ones, to be honest with you. You know, hear what the Phillies did the other day? I saw somebody tweet.
No.
So I guess the rain delay was yesterday.
Yeah.
And I guess people were trying to go to the game after the Eagles game.
Oh, they closed all the ticket windows.
And they closed the ticket windows.
I saw a gentleman who was trying to get in, and he was just irate that, you know, he couldn't get a ticket off of StubHub. He couldn't get a ticket off of SeatGeek or any of the other secondary services, and all the windows were closed.
Yeah.
Now, the flip side, and full disclosure, I have a friend that works in the Phillies ticket office. What did you expect the guy to do? Make his ticket staff wait for 5 hours for the one guy that's going to show up and want to buy a ticket at the back end of the rain delay? I mean, you don't wait for 5 hours just in case somebody
but
might
you have
show up.
people at the doors, right? At the gate?
No, by that point, it's all about they're not guarding. They take away the metal detectors. They take away that stuff, and they flip it around to it's like if you flipped an escalator from an up escalator to now we're in the 7th inning. We're going to make this a down escalator because we know people are going to be leaving.
All right.
That's my point.
Well, I figure at the entrances, somebody could be standing there and just be like, hey, come on in.
Well, that's the old vet days, and that's what a lot of people responded to, too. Back at the vet, I mean, remember, I was at the 4:23 in the morning. I was at the Michigan game. People were at the bars in South Philly, and they saw that game had gotten close, and they just came streaming back into the stadium.
Ooh, I took Seattle.
Yeah.
And Ryan took Cincinnati. So Ryan and
Ryan's
Josh are
okay.
now 2-1.
Right.
You are 0-3, and I am 1-2.
I'm wearing that 0-3 like a badge of honor.
Hey, Mike in Mays Landing is our latest qualifier. Mike, we'll see you on October 28th at Garden State Beer Company.
Mm-hmm. That I will be at. I'm looking forward to it.
He has a chance to win Eagles club box seats for their Monday Night Football game against the Commanders in Philadelphia. We've got Johnny Mack on the other side. More Sports Bash to come. Don't forget, download the free 97.3 ESPN mobile app, and you can watch the show live video on our YouTube channel through the BFA Sports YouTube channel. Get the app on the website. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. We'll send you an alert every day so you can watch the show live.
Mike, Sports Bash is brought to you by Delaware Valley Acura. With new inventory arriving daily, find your award-winning Acura at your local Acura dealership today. Check out Acura's lineup online. Go to DelValAcuraDealers.com.
John McMullen, Birds 365. He joins us next.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
We'll read them off and react. 609 403 0973. 609 403 0973. Download the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. You can watch the show on the BFA Sports YouTube channel. You know, there's so many different ways. You can listen on the radio, listen on the app, listen on the stream, watch the video. But right now it's a great time to be a Philadelphia sports fan. You got the Sixers getting ready to start. What did you think of the Flyers the other night? You watching an FPT?
I didn't watch a single second of it. I was watching Ringo Starr, remember?
That's
but
right.
I did see the score later. I saw the alert that they had actually won the game, and I was like, oh, there you go, Torts.
All right.
He's, I mean, guys are throwing up, Mike. I mean, like, he's skating these guys, like, and I love it. I mean, I love it. I don't know that it's going to translate to more wins,
Doubtful.
but I love that he's working them.
Yeah. Got the Phillies. I mean, down the stretch they come, man. They are – people are nervous. I mean, look, this is what's fun about being a sports fan. People are just so negative and miserable. Look, I thought the other night, by the way, extra innings, they got the guy on base, first and second, Bohm comes up, everybody's yelling, why don't they bunt? They don't bunt.
He says Bohm can't bunt. That pissed me off.
Yeah.
How can you be in the big leagues and not know how to bunt?
Well,
that's inexcusable.
it's easy. Well, I said, somebody said to me, you got to bunt him there. I said, let me ask you a question. When's the last time you think Alec Bohm laid down a bunt?
Did he play in college?
Yeah, do you think they asked him to bunt in college? He was probably the player of the year.
No, but they probably had to, like, at least do the drill in college. Why aren't they doing the drills anymore?
Because they don't bunt.
Yeah, that's true.
No team in that situation bunts anymore. So I get it. Like us fans in 1984, they bunted there. In 2022, they don't bunt in that situation.
That's true.
Should they have bunted? Sure. But they just don't bunt in that situation anymore.
Yeah. But
Especially, look, it's one thing if you're up to bat and you're 8-hole hitters up.
Okay.
And he lays the bunt down.
Right.
You have a guy in the 5-hole, you have him hitting there because you think he can drive home runs.
Mm-hmm. Where were you when Pujols hit his 2 the other night?
You know, it's funny.
69 and or 699 and 700 is what I'm trying to say.
It's funny because that was also on Apple TV Plus.
Yes.
So everybody was talking about Judge and him being on Apple TV Plus. Well, so was the Pujols game.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching Friday night. What was I doing? I was watching the Phillies game, I guess.
Yeah. Whatever I was watching, I know that it cut in. You know, I mean, I know that
Crucker was all mad, too, about them cutting in to the Phillies game on Fox.
Oh, he was upset
on
about
Friday night.
Right.
They were cutting into it.
That's what it was, because the Phillies were on Fox. So then
Yeah.
Fox, of course, was connected enough to go back to, like, Fox in New York or something and be able to show those at-bats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John McMullen's going to join us here in just a couple of minutes. He was at the Nick Sirianni day after press conference. So these Mondays with John, we're going to be a little, flying by the seat of our pants.
Well, at
trying to
least,
catch
so we're going to get him after, so that's fine. We're going to have, like, the hot take right as soon as he's heard what Nick has to say, right?
Well,
I'd rather have him after than before is my point. I'd rather have him be able to come on with us and tell us what just happened
Well,
than
as John,
I got to go.
John said, when they win, they seem to go a little bit longer, and he's in a lot better mood. So they've won all three. So let's see what John heard today from Nick Sirianni. The Eagles 3-0, Johnny Mac, Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel joins us right now. What's up, John?
Hey, how are you guys?
Well, I know it's a impressive win yesterday, and I guess the first question right off the bat here is how sustainable do we think what they're doing? Now, they didn't score in the second half of the second straight week. I don't know how you feel about that, but the way that they are having such success in terms of in the way they're doing it, I mean, they're going with ease when they want to. How sustainable do you think their offense is, or do you think teams are going to start to make some adjustments and take some things away?
Well, I mean, you would think teams are going to start making adjustments, but I keep saying that each and every week. I mean, if you think about the most explosive teams in this league, Buffalo and Kansas City, everybody points to first. And look at both of those yesterday. I mean, you can't keep this level of production up for 17 consecutive games. It's not plausible. It's not possible. And you kind of see the spikes between the first half and the second half. The Eagles' first half numbers through these first three games are just unbelievable. They have over 600 more yards than their opponents over that time, and the team in second place has about 320. So that's how much better they're playing than everybody else in the first half of these games. And then I think the second half has been a little bit of human nature, especially if you think about the last 2 weeks. The games were over. I mean, and when you're not being threatened, you sort of let your guard down a little bit, whether you want to say taking the foot off the gas, however you want to describe it. That's kind of what's going on as far as that aspect of it goes. But it's coming. I can't tell you when. Maybe it's Jacksonville this week. Maybe it's Doug Peterson, who knows this organization very well.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Arizona. But it's coming. They're going to have a bigger test, and they're going to have a more difficult time.
Well,
we'll see, and we'll be able to critique things then.
Yeah, John, I guess then the question would be, are they not scoring in the second half because teams are making adjustments, or are they not unloading the playbook? You know what I'm saying? Are they scaling back because they just don't, feel like they want to show anything?
No, I don't think it's that. I mean, Nick, after the Minnesota game, Nick said he took the foot off the gas. This game, he said he didn't. It looked the same to me. So I kind of chalk it up to human nature, as I said, more than anything else. You just kind of, the game's over, and there's not a sense of urgency. So if you go back to week 1 in Detroit, they didn't score, okay, and people get uber focused on that, but they ran out the clock with a textbook definition of 4-minute offense, which coaches preach. They bled the clock dry, and Detroit was done. They lost the game. So that's every bit as effective as what you want to do in a close game as scoring points. In fact, it's more. You don't give the football back. So it's exactly what coaches preach. So in their one test, they were effective, even though they didn't score. In the past 2 games, they weren't threatened. And I have a hunch. You get a feel for these games. I have a hunch if they got threatened, they would just turn the switch back on and move the football.
John, what was your bigger takeaway from yesterday's game? Was it how Jalen Hurts played in the game and his overall performance, or was it the 9 sacks and the way that the defense finally showed up and was really in the headlines?
Well, I think yesterday, if I were forced to choose, I would say the defense, because it was more of a 4-quarter performance as opposed to just the second quarter. The Eagles exploded in that second quarter, and that was kind of it offensively, really. And it was impressive. I mean, they had 3. I don't want to downplay it because it was over 3. I think it was 320-something total yardage in the first half. So, I mean, do the math. If you do that over a full game, you're up over 6. You're up near 650. So, it was really, really impressive. But it was sort of a short burst, and the defense pretty much swallowed Washington up all day, and it was an impressive performance. But they know Carson better than anybody else. The staff wasn't here, but a bunch of players were, and Carson is what Carson is, and he's going to hold on to the football. So that's what happened, and you saw the result.
Yeah, no doubt. Brandon Graham and Hassan Reddick, each with strip sacks. We've seen Brandon Graham with a key strip sack before in a certain big marquee game, but Hassan Reddick's who I want to ask you about, because finally Hassan Reddick comes up in a big moment. Is that the harbinger of things to come, or is that just a one-off against a bad opponent?
I think it's probably in the middle, as everything is. I think, a lot of fans get too caught up in their particular team and don't realize the opponent. And I kind of said, Detroit week 1, really good tackles. Minnesota week 2, really good right tackle, and a pretty good left tackle as well. But really good right tackle, and that's where Hassan mostly lines up. And then week 3, weak tackles and a weak offensive line. So conversely, What does Washington do well? Jonathan Allen, Deron Payne, right up the middle. Nick Sirianni couldn't stop talking about those guys. I think if Jonathan Allen were on a good team, he'd be a superstar. I don't think people realize how good he is. And he had a really difficult time running the ball, so they went in a different direction. I think that was the story of Hassan Reddick in the first 2 weeks, just really good tackles. And against lesser tackles, very similar to the people say, oh, the Eagles only beat the teams they're supposed to beat, which is a good thing, by the way. They said that last year. Well, that's the whole NFL. I mean, you play well when you have good matchups, and we have more difficult matchups, you don't play as well. And that kind of sums it up.
John McMullen, Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel, weekday mornings at 8. John, Hurts is obviously a major story, turning into a bigger story. What are we watching here? Are we watching a guy who you mentioned, are they playing teams that just aren't very good? Or is this guy just taking such a big step? How big of a problem, and how much should we buy into what we're seeing?
Well, he's playing really well. I don't know how if the season ended today, I think he'd be the MVP. Now, the season doesn't end today. I don't know how you sustain this through 17 games. As you talk about Josh Allen. You talk about Patrick Mahomes. I think everybody got caught up in that playoff game last year. The assumption, what bothered me about that was the assumption that was a weekly thing for those teams. They don't always play like that. Nobody always plays like that. Well, the Eagles have been playing like that pretty consistently. And at some point, you have to come back to the mean, so to speak, and that's going to happen. There's going to be some hiccups. There's going to be some bad plays and maybe a bad game here and there, but the improvement has been significant. I think the addition of A.J. Brown can't be understated. That guy is just a phenomenal football player. And all of a sudden, I've talked about this since they got him, the dominoes sort of fall into place. So instead of Devontae Smith being a wide receiver one, which he, maybe middle of the pack as a wide receiver one, well, as a wide receiver two, he's top 5. He might be number 1.
Yeah.
Dallas Goedert or Devontae, who you ever want to talk about as a second target, it's pretty good. As a third target, that's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And so the whole domino, and these guys are always open. They're always making plays. You look at the end of the first half, those are 2 spectacular plays by Devontae Smith to get that final touchdown. So that's going to help any quarterback. So you have that receiving group. You have, if it's not the best offensive line, certainly one of the top 2 or 3. And Jalen Hurts himself makes sure you have a really good running game. It's a tough offense to stop.
Sure is so far. You're right. I don't know who you game plan for. If you're a defensive coordinator and you're playing the Eagles, who do you say, this guy can't beat us, we need to take that guy out because they got you from a couple different avenues. And I would imagine, John, we'll get you out on this, are they just scratching the surface with this offense? Is there more layers to it? Because I don't think they ran the ball particularly well yesterday.
No, but that's the beauty. And, you face a team with good defensive tackles who are playing really well, and they stuff the running game, and you say, okay, we'll just throw it. So you can toggle back and forth against Detroit. It was the blitz and the Eagles' passing game, and the noise was a little bit off, and Jalen Hurts is able to just run the football. So he can kind of go in any direction depending on the team you're playing, on the game plan, on the environment, and that's a good position to be in if you're an offensive coach. But I think the linchpin to it all is A.J. Brown. I really do. That guy is – I knew before the season I did my top 25 Eagles, just pure football players, and I had him at number 2. I think I undersold him. I knew he was good. I didn't know he was this good.
Yeah. All right, John, tomorrow we'll dive a little deeper. You got Doug coming in. Want to get some thoughts on what we saw, what Sirianni had to say. Obviously, he just spoke, so we'll have plenty more tomorrow with John McMullen. You can listen to him, or watch him, I should say, tomorrow morning at 8 on Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. Thanks, John.
Hey, thank you, guys.
All right, Johnny Mac here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. When we come back, we got football at 4 coming up with Moshe. Want to get some NFL thoughts. Just
Week 3, right?
rapid fire, just whatever comes to your mind. But what you had on your television yesterday.
It's crazy. That's
All right.
the first thing that comes to my mind.
Text in 609-403-0973. Just whatever NFL thoughts come to your mind after what you saw yesterday. This team's good, this team's not, that guy's good, they're a fraud, he's this, that's that. Sound off. Next.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Watch the show. Subscribe to the BFA Sports YouTube channel. I like Terry and Galloway. I'm happy. Go Birds.
Terry, person of few words. I'm happy. Go Birds. Got it.
It's hard not to be, PT.
That's four.
I'm going to throw my first nugget out of just randomness, what I've seen.
All right.
And we're just going to kind of fire them back and forth here.
Okay.
I guess.
These are week 3 observations.
Yes. I watched Green Bay, Tampa.
Okay.
Tampa's defense is really good.
Oh, yeah. Todd Bowles, man. That's my Temple guy.
But, man, it was painful watching their offense. They had nothing yesterday.
Sure was.
Nothing.
And then, what's his name, broke the tablet? Tom Brady. 3 Super Bowl contenders all lose yesterday. The Bucs, the Chiefs, the Bills all go down. If the G-men lose tonight to Dallas, and I like Dallas in that game, that leaves the Dolphins and the Eagles as the only 2 undefeated teams in the NFL after 3 weeks of the season.
Well, there's an observation. The Bills were just so beat up yesterday, and they still should have won that game. The whole Tua thing, he probably shouldn't have gone back in the game.
Yeah, how did he go back in?
I don't know. I mean,
they said it was his back or
yeah,
something. You know,
some...
Josh Allen threw for 400 yards and 2 touchdowns in that one.
Yeah, I don't understand how they lost the game. They just were so banged up, but yet I don't think that's why they lost the game.
True. 63 times, though, makes my eyebrows go,
Look, the Bills, that's a tough on the road. It's hot down there, all that stuff you keep hearing. Oh, it's hard to play in South Florida. It's hot. I get that, but the Bills probably still should have won that game.
Did you see the penalty in the Chiefs game? There was an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on Chris Jones where basically there was a little ruckus. Could you describe the ruckus? And Chris Jones got in there and said one of those 7 words that you can't say on the radio, Mike Gill, and then he got a 15-yard penalty, and that kept the Colts drive going.
Happy to see Doug and the Jags beat the Chargers. No chance of a letdown after the Birds watch tape of that dismantling. Jags will have extra motivation for their coach already. Can't wait. That's Phil in Brigantine. That Jacksonville game, if you watch any of that, Trevor Lawrence,
30
we're talking
seconds.
about what Jalen Hurts has done. Lawrence looked like he took a step forward yesterday. That's the best I've seen him play yesterday.
The last time Jacksonville won on the road, Trevor Lawrence was 2.
20 seconds.
Get out of here.
That's the truth. It's
2?
I did my homework, buddy. It's in my notes. Jacksonville hadn't won on the road in 18 games. It was an 18-game road losing streak.
Well, then he couldn't have been 2 years old.
I have it. I'll find it.
5
on the
seconds.
opposite side.
Football at 4 next.
The Claridge Hotel has been around for a number of years. Here at Park Place and the world-famous Atlantic City Boardwalk, just steps away from the beach. So we've had a number of people come through our doors, each with their own style and taste, which is why they chose the Claridge to take their visit to new heights. Book your getaway today at Claridge.com.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
Seven-three ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Jeff Mosier.
I think our track record in the last 20 years, how many NFC East titles, playoff appearances, and appearances in the NFC Championship game, those are some of the metrics I look at, and I'll compare our record with almost anybody.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. This is Football at 4.
And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Adam Kaplan and this man, Jeff Mosher's in the house as we talk a little Mosher Monday. Football at 4. Eagles win. Jalen Hurts, the defense, the story, really domination from both sides of the ball. I don't know who you can be more impressed with, but I guess, Jeff Mosher, we start with this. What's more sustainable, Jalen Hurts' play or the way that John Gannon's defense has dominated the last 2 weeks? Both of these guys have been tremendous, or both, Hurts and the defensive output have been tremendous. But which one do you believe has sustainability?
Man, that's a tough question. I think, I think both of them are going to be difficult to sustain, or else the Eagles are going to go 17-0. I mean, there's going to be somebody. There's going to be a team that comes along and probably figures out a way to slow down the Eagles offense or force them into a bad day, but may not be able to do that for the Eagles defense, and then vice versa. I don't think you're seeing sort of flash in the pan play. I think you're seeing a well-coordinated offense and defense with the right personnel for the scheme coming into fruition. Now, again, they're not going to go 17-0. There's going to be a day where a good coach, good quarterback, good whatever defensive game plan figures them out a little bit. But I don't think you're seeing things that are unexplainable. Like some of the Devontae Smith catches yesterday. I mean, he was known as a guy who can climb that wall and go get the passes the way he did at Alabama. He's doing it here. Same thing with A.J. Brown. The way your defense is playing. You got a lot of pass rushers who are rushing the passer. That's the way the design is, and you're getting good coverage on the back end. So I think if anything's going to falter a little bit as the tape grows and things go on, it probably would be the defense, because I do think that if there's a team that's willing to be patient and attack the Eagles up the middle with the run game, Washington was successful at it. The Lions were successful at it. That team might give itself a chance to play ball control offense and keep the ball out of the Eagles' offensive hands and maybe shorten the game, so to speak.
Let me ask you about the way that you're watching this offense right now, and they're scoring a lot of points early, and then they're kind of not scoring in the second half. Is that because of what the Eagles are doing, or teams making the adjustments and the Eagles are having trouble with that? Why? And is it a concern to you at all that they seemingly are basically coasting to the finish line?
Nope, not a concern. It's not a concern because they're averaging, 28 points a game. So that's enough points to win an NFL game. If it was 14 in the first half and 14 in the second half, would that matter? It would be a concern to me if they were scoring, 13 to 14 points in the first half and then not scoring in the second half and either winning close games 14-10 or losing something 17-14. The uncanny thing is that in the last two games, you've seen them score on 2, 3, 4 consecutive possessions, which is not sustainable in the NFL. No, very few offenses just score touchdown, get the ball back, score a touchdown, get the ball back, score another touchdown, the way the Eagles have been able to do in a very streaky way. So at the end of the day, I look at it as did they score enough points to win a traditional ball game? And usually if you score 28 points, you do. So what does it matter if it's all in one fell swoop in a quarter or spread out? I know that in tight games, you're going to want to see them score at the end and pull away, but you have not seen it tight because they've scored in great bunches so far. So no one's ever going to take that away.
Jeff, I know that in the offseason, the big question mark was like, will Jalen Hurts take that step forward? And you write on InsideTheBirds.com that he's 3 for 3, and I think your assessment and your observation is spot on because each of those three are in different ways. What he saw in the Lions game, what he saw in the Vikings game, and what the Commanders tried to do. Can you explain that a little more, that he's acing every test so far?
Yeah, I agree, Pete, that I wrote 3 for 3, not because they've won 3 games, but because he's seen 3 different attack plans and mastered them all, beat them all. The Lions came after him, and he had to win that game differently. He had to win that game outside of the pocket as much as inside of the pocket. And then for some people, that wasn't good enough. That was like, well, you're doing what you did last year. You ran too much. And we did talk about it. He did have to run too much, but the offensive line caused some of those issues. The second game was like the complete opposite. It was almost like Ed Donatel said, I am going to do the exact opposite of what the Lions did. I am going to do nothing but play coverage. And Jalen Hurts had so much time in the pocket to just play pitch and catch with his wide receivers, and he made some really terrific throws as the game went on. And then I think I said with you guys on Friday, or you, Mike, on Wednesday, whatever, last time I was on, I said somewhere there's going to be some team's going to try to in between this, right? They're not going to attack Jalen Hurts relentlessly like the Lions, but they're not just going to sit back all day either. They're going to blitz him at times. They're going to play coverage at times. They're going to try to confuse Jalen on when they're blitzing and when they're playing coverage. And Washington did mix that more so, and he was able to foil that as well. I guess the only test really now for Jalen is sort of consistency, doing it week in and week out beyond 3 weeks. And then there is going to be a game where the defense will be able to do what Washington did, except not be down by 20 points. So it's going to be a little bit of a cat and mouse game. It's going to be close. It's going to be, tit for tat there. And he's going to have to respond to what they're doing in the fourth quarter when they're trying to mix it up.
Right, maybe a game that comes down to the wire. Jeff Mosher with us. So I want to ask you this. What was your bigger takeaway from yesterday's game? Was it the play of Jalen Hurts, or was it the 9 sacks on the defense? Because if you only had to choose one, which one raised your eyebrows more? Which one had you go, oh, my goodness?
Yeah, I mean, you don't come around 9 sacks very often in a game. That was pretty amazing. So that one really stood out. And what really stands out about it, Pete, is sort of the under-discussed storyline of how these 9 sacks came about, because from a TV standpoint, what we see is Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham and Hassan Reddick and Josh Sweat just flattening Carson Wentz one after another. And a lot of those came on 4-man rushes. But as bad as the Washington offensive line can be, I mean, it's the same offensive line that for the first 2 weeks, minus the center, right, protected Carson enough for him to win one, lose one, but score a lot of points in both. But I think the coverage that you're not seeing because you don't see the all 22 from James Bradbury, from Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, from TJ Edwards, you can't have those kind of coverage sacks if these weapons aren't manned up fairly well. And that was Carson was trying. Carson's hanging in there, trying to make a play, trying to throw to an outlet 10 to 20 yards downfield, and he couldn't do it because nobody was open. And, that to me is the under-discussed storyline that really made yesterday pretty special there, is that the Eagles are getting really good man coverage from some of the guys because the ball isn't going their way because Carson's on the ground, you're not hearing their name a lot.
Yeah, that's a good point. Jeff Mosher, InsideTheBirds.com, the podcast. They go deep into this game over on the podcast. You can listen to him and Adam break it all down. I want to get your thoughts on Hurts in terms of, is he just playing exceptionally well, or is this a byproduct of having better weapons? Are they making him look better? Because there's a lot of times, like we've discussed this, Jalen was kind of up and down last year. Well, his receivers weren't helping him a lick. You had to throw the ball perfectly last year pretty much to get a big play. Is it a combination of he's just playing that well, or is it, man, these two guys, adding Brown and then having Smith as your second option is just elevating his play to another level?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that this is a multi-layered discussion. I think Jalen Hurts is clearly playing better than he did last year. His accuracy is good. His mechanics are good because he's in a well-protected pocket for the most part, and he has not needed to bail for the last 2 games. There's been not much pressure on him, and so he's trusting his receivers. I think that goes to what you just said, Mike. The second part of it is when you put A.J. Brown on the field and you have Devontae Smith in year 2, you see he's not afraid to throw a ball up there and allow his receivers to make a play. And I don't think last year, there were probably some times where he threw a ball up there hoping his receiver would make a play, and they didn't make a play. Receivers not named Devontae Smith there. So you're seeing a combination of those two things, and I think the under-discussed part is that I really do think that this offensive coaching staff is doing an excellent job of play calling. It's easy to say after 3 wins, but it's not just that, hey, they call plays and they're working. I think that they're sequencing plays, meaning they're calling X, Y, and Z early in the game to set up A, B, and C later in the game. Or I guess that would be vice versa, A, B, and C to set up X, Y, and Z. But the point is, I think they don't just call plays to say, hey, this is a good play versus that defensive look. This is a good play, especially out of an RPO formation personnel grouping where we can do this, but then we can turn up the tempo, which I think has been a big part of their success, and then run different plays out of the same personnel grouping, and that's going to keep the offense or the defense from being able to substitute. It's going to keep them from being able to get a tell. It's going to keep them from staying fresh. They're going to get tired. I think the tempo has been a big part of their success too. And you just marry all those three things. Jalen Hurts' improvement, better receiving targets, better play calling. Everything's going well right now.
Yeah, and I guess, we won't know because Jalen's played so well. But I guess we'll find out if there's a game where he's just not playing all that well, which so far he's been pretty accurate.
Right.
He's throwing the ball where it needs to be.
Yeah, I don't look forward to it, but there's going to be a game that the Eagles lose, and there's going to be a game where Jalen Hurts doesn't play well.
Sure.
And I would hope that and I know better, but I would hope that the next Monday that enough people can look and say, okay, that's a game. Everybody has a bad game. Go look at some of the best quarterbacks in the league last night and yesterday. Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady. They didn't have great games, right? So some of them won, but not everybody had great games. It happens. Every year, some of the best quarterbacks lose 3 or 4 times a year, and it might just be that.
The play that I'm thinking of that they don't score on last year is the touchdown to A.J. Brown, where he gets the one-on-one coverage.
Right.
He throws it a little bit behind Brown, but Brown gets inside. He's big enough and strong enough and physical enough to go and still catch that
Smith
ball
helped too. Smith on his route
with the D-back draped on him, and then he carries that guy into the end zone. That's probably a ball that's incomplete last year, or, who knows, intercepted, bouncing off somebody's hands, tipped up in the air. But that just shows you that he doesn't have to be laser accurate all game long, because he has guys that can now make that play. And, A.J. Brown, I think, has changed the dynamic of a lot of this offense.
Absolutely. I do think that that touchdown you're talking about was intentionally thrown a little bit behind A.J. Brown because of the route concept that they had the interior receiver running the exact same route, and there wasn't much space in between. So to keep it away from the corner, I believe he threw it where only A.J. can catch it. And then the play strength is what you're talking about. That's what takes over. The play strength that the Eagles have in A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, they're both contested catch receivers, but they do it in different ways. A.J. is a little shorter. He's got hands that are so strong that he can grab a ball, turn up field, bowl through guys. And then Devontae Smith showed you he's an elite high point receiver. I mean, he goes up to get the ball and he has just elite concentration. We saw that last year against the Denver Broncos when Jalen Hurts trusted him and threw a ball up there that was well covered by Patrick Surtain, and Devontae Smith came down with it anyway. So I can't remember, certainly since I've been covering the team, there hasn't been one like this. And, gosh, you might have to go back to like Quick and Carmichael, where you had two receivers that had this much kind of go-get-it type of ability. And honestly, the play strength between both of them is probably the best that they've ever had.
So
at that position.
They're exploding on offense at times. Jalen Hurts is playing at a high level. The defense is finally starting to show up. Are there some concerns that we're not talking about? I know people say it's nitpicky. Were there some things that were hidden within that game that you didn't like, Jeff?
Well, there are two things that'll stand out if we're being nitpicky, right? I mentioned the first one. I still think they are leaky in run defense, and I thought that the Vikings had a chance to exploit it, but got away from it early. They seemed to me to want to attack the Eagles on the edges and the flats with the play action, the slow developing screens instead of running right up the middle. And then the Commanders did exploit that. For the first half, they were averaging 4.8 yards per carry, but they just fell behind by so much that they couldn't really rely on the run game. But you saw some pretty big runs up the middle from Antonio Gibson, and Washington had one of the worst run offenses in the NFL coming into that game. So for them to have such a high yards per carry average, I thought is a little alarming. And really, we talked about this after week one. You can run on the Eagles because they're undersized. They're not a big defense, and they play a lot of nickel and dime. And, one of their safeties, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, is really like a nickel corner. So if there's a team that's patient enough, and maybe it'll be Jacksonville, although Doug Peterson has never been kind of a run-first guy. But if there is a team that's patient enough to run.
It was Detroit, Jeff.
Yeah. No,
Detroit
they
were
did a
down
great job.
17.
Right.
They were down 17 and just kept running. They didn't get away from the run, and that's what got them back in that game.
That's correct. So there was a play, I think it was early in the first quarter, guys, where the tight end for Washington, I think it was Bates, he blocked Hassan Reddick so badly on a big run that it was sort of embarrassing. I mean, I know Hassan Reddick's not a defensive end; he's a linebacker. But when you get blocked out of the way like that by a tight end, it's sort of like I don't know. I don't want to say dehumanizing, but obviously you're going to look at that on the film and you're going to be like, man, I can't believe a tight end just put me on my rear end like that. So that's something that they've got to figure out.
Of course, that Mailata hit on the opposite way. There was one of those too that I saw going around social media.
He smoked a D-back. Yeah. There was a corner
That's just
blitz.
Not a fair matchup.
Yeah. Well, there was a corner blitz, and Mailata was tangled up with the end, and he saw the guy coming and just crushed him.
Yeah.
I guess the question
real quick, just the one other thing is the punt return. The punt and kick returning does not look good. Quez Watkins does not look like a natural kick returner to me so far. And then obviously Britton Covey, they're probably going to wind up signing him from the practice squad. They're out of elevations. He muffed one punt. He just, to me, he's such a little guy that every time he gets hit, he looks like he's getting his life knocked out of him. I don't know if you guys thought the
Yeah.
same thing on those returns.
Yeah.
But
The
I
tackling
would
dummy.
be-
That's what Schlereth called him, the tackling dummy.
That's right. That's right. I'd be a little concerned. But listen, if you're sitting here talking about, situational run defense and special teams returns as your biggest weaknesses, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
My question, I guess, is are you a little disappointed? I don't want to say concerned, because I know the answer. You're not concerned. Nobody should be anyway. If you are, then then you're being concerned over something that you shouldn't be. But I don't think they ran the ball particularly well yesterday against a team that was struggling to stop the run.
They did
Fair or
run the ball
unfair?
yesterday, but I don't know why Washington is struggling to stop the run, because they have really good run-stopping personnel with Jonathan Allen, with Deron Payne. Maybe some of that their stats were because they faced the Lions also, right? They had faced them the week before, and the Lions run all over everybody and run a lot. So it's possible that their run defensive numbers are a little skewed just by 2 weeks of the season. So that didn't concern me that much, because the Eagles are still one of the better running teams in the NFL, and they're going to run into some pretty big fronts every once in a while and not average 5.5 per carry all the time.
I guess we're just so used to seeing the Eagles' offensive line dominate in the run game that it was like, hey, in that game yesterday, second half, when they're trying to run that ball out, they didn't run the ball all that particularly impressive.
No, and again, Washington knows what they're trying to do, and they got 4 first-round picks in that front seven. Allen and Payne and Montez Sweat and Jamin Davis, and again, I'm Cam Curl, guys. By the way, I think he may have left a little bit with an injury late, but he's a really good safety, and he was not healthy for the first 2 weeks, so he came back and played in that game. So that's another guy to help them in run support. So I think as this season goes on, Washington will prove to be a little bit better defensively than they've looked so far.
All right, Jeff, real quick, I want to get your thoughts on – I'm dropping stuff all over here if you're watching the video, sorry. I want to get your thoughts on – and I don't want to sit here and beat up on Wentz, but what you thought of his performance and just where he kind of is. I guess you could say it was sad kind of at times just watching him take a beating out there. It almost looked like the Eagles took joy in sacking him so many times, but just like he had 2 decent games. He's put up some decent numbers, but what do you see from where he is at this stage of his career?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, these guys are competitors. You sack someone 9 times as a team, could be your best friend. You're going to revel in that because you just don't get an opportunity like that. But I thought what you saw was vintage sort of Carson Wentz in the face of pressure and a pinched pocket, where my first initial reaction was that he probably didn't have a whole lot of time to make throws, and that offensive line really hurt him. But after watching some of the tape, I thought, no, you know what? There were opportunities for Carson Wentz to get rid of that ball a lot sooner than he did. And that is something that has dogged him for most of his career. He got away with it when he had a great offensive line that can give him that extra time with the Eagles. But when it wasn't, you could see the difference in his play. And then he's been injured a lot because of it since. So I think the Eagles very well knew that if they put pressure on him and that he would not find those outlets underneath. And that's what's going to happen when you face a relentless pass rush and you don't have a great offensive line also. You're going to get hit a lot and you're going to get sacked a lot. To be honest with you, the fact that I only had 1 fumble and no interceptions on 9 sacks and 17 hits is actually better than you would imagine from Carson Wentz under those situations. But I don't understand like the rush from people to be like, oh, he stinks. I told you he doesn't stink. He had 2 good games. First off, and if you say Carson Wentz stinks, if you're a fan right now and saying, I know he stinks, he's horrible, then you're not giving the Eagles credit because the two other teams that faced him were not able to do that to him. So the Eagles were just like Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins came back and had a nice comeback win over the Lions yesterday, right? He didn't stink. He was threw for 260. He threw 2 touchdowns. He wasn't intercepted. I don't think he was sacked very much. So everybody was all like, oh, Kirk Cousins stunk because the Eagles beat him. Well, you're just taking away from what the Eagles are doing well right now when you say that.
Mm-hmm. No, listen, I agree. I thought Wentz, I just feel that the compiling of injuries has really kind of deteriorated, which was once a fun and exciting player to watch. I mean, he just looks like a guy who doesn't have the confidence because of the injuries. What made him fun and special was he could take off and run and do stuff with his legs and get out of the pocket and make plays happen and keep plays alive. He can't do that anymore.
No, he cannot, and he really, really badly needs a very good offensive line to be successful, just like he had in 2017. You know, Greg Cosell has told us many times that there is a misperception about the Colts offensive line last year because A, they've got some names on it like Quentin Nelson, and B, because they run for a lot of yards. But in general, that Colts offensive line last year was not a great offensive line for pass protection, especially. I'm not taking anything off Carson. Carson doesn't help himself. But the point is that you're not going to see, I don't think, Carson Wentz play at a consistently high level anymore unless you put something like what the Eagles have now or had in 2017 around him. And even then, you're still never going to see what you saw in 2017 with his escapability and Houdiniacs and unbelievable throws on the run. But he can hurt you if you give him time. And I think if they put a great offensive line around him at Washington, they have a chance to be successful.
All right, Jeff Mosher, the Inside the Birds podcast dropped this morning, so check that out. You get the Inside the Birds pre- and post-game show on Eagle Game Days on their social media channels. Yesterday, Trey Thomas was excellent. Adam and Jeff always do a great job, as always. Football at 4 right here. Adam Kaplan tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash. All right, Jeff, appreciate it.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right, fellas, have a great one.
All right, we'll do so. And more Sports Bash coming up, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. You know, PT, we've got another chance to qualify for Eagles and Commanders tickets because they're coming here now.
That's correct.
On a Monday night. Now, do you think as many Commanders fans are going to travel here?
God, no, there aren't that many Commanders fans, period.
There used to be. What happened to them all?
Yeah, well, they all jumped off that bandwagon. Nobody's giving up their tickets either. I mean, no way. You're not missing.
Well, I read the article.
Football game. Was
it in the Washington paper or the Inquirer about how someone mentioned there's no way we could buy 56 seats together in Lincoln Financial Field.
They had so many busloads of Eagles fans, and including the 2 that we sent down there. Mike, the Sports Bash is brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games. Get your game on right here at the Gallery Bar Book and Games inside Ocean Casino Resort this football season. Get over here tonight for Monday Night Football between the Cowboys and the Giants. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Come here to the Gallery inside Ocean Casino Resort to go for the win. If you want more information, you can visit theoceanac.com. You got to be 21 or older to play. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. He's 29, Carson Wentz. Yesterday on the broadcast, I think they said he was 30, and I thought, man, he's 30 already? He's 29. Doesn't turn 30 till December. But in football years, he's like 60.
It moves fast. He was drafted in 16. I did feel bad for him, and then I feel bad people kind of hey, I told you so. If you're judging the guy you saw yesterday, you're not judging the guy that was the MVP of the league in 2017. His health has deteriorated so much. We all can see that he's not this. This isn't an I told you so that he could never play. No, he was a very good player, and he led the Eagles in 18, or is it 19? He led that team to the playoffs with nobody's playing wide receivers.
That's right.
But I just feel like the injuries just kept pounding.
They're just mad because they had to buy the duct tape to cover up the 11 and put Brown on the back now.
All right, let's get our headlines, NFL thoughts, and more coming up next here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN Radio, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and watch live video. Subscribe to the BFA Sports YouTube channel.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all that Claridge has to offer.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
By the way, believe in the bets, PT. My bet of the week was a winner. Tennessee.
Yeah?
Boom.
How'd you do on your survivor?
Lost that. But college picks, Josh, you'll appreciate this. I went 7-2 in my college plays, and I went 4-1, 3-1, excuse me, in my NFL plays at Believe in the Bets, the podcast. Check it out. Each week I'll be putting them out.
I think the NFL bets are hard to make right now with the league being so crazy. Like
It is.
The games are so close. Everything seems. What you think you know. What do you think you know, and what actually happens?
I love Tennessee.
Right?
Tennessee was my favorite play of the week. I took them. I got the Bears at 2.5. They went up to 3 by Sunday. I jumped in at 2.5.
The real Tennessee finally showed up.
I just think the Raiders stink, and I'm happy for it.
Bears needed a game-winning field goal from Cairo Santos to win the game.
Let's see what we got today.
Headlines?
Yeah, we're going to throw everything around the horn right here.
Okay, so Josh starts.
You got some stuff too, PT?
Well, I got one thing. You want my one thing?
No, I want to hear what Josh has first.
I thought we were going to be polite. Let Josh start.
But I am doing. You keep asking all these questions.
Well, yeah. Okay, go ahead, Josh. Sorry.
How you guys doing today?
We're just as cantankerous as always. Gil's
Guys
on
with
my
the
every
odd
last
couple.
nerve.
Yeah, a couple over there. That's all.
I only have 2, and he's jumping on both of them at the same time.
I want to get to a couple of these injury news items real quick because for those who play fantasy football, there's some major implications right now. So, first of all, the Chargers, after yesterday's loss, have not one, but 2 players out for the season.
Yeah, Rashawn Slater.
Rashawn Slater will miss the rest of the season with a ruptured biceps tendon, and Jalen Guyton tore his ACL. So, not one, but 2 Chargers are out for the season. I mean, this is got to be the most cursed franchise in football, right?
It's a shame because Herbert's a fun, they have a fun offense. But, this is a team that constantly, PT, just can't get out of its own way with the injuries. And for them to get waxed the way they did at home yesterday. And, by the way, malpractice by the coach to leave Justin Herbert out there while they're down, 3 scores. And he's got a guy who, listen, if I was Herbert, I probably wouldn't have played yesterday knowing what he had to go through. Remember the story with Tyrod Taylor? They numbed him up, and that basically.
I saw you tweet something about that. Like, did
Tyrod Taylor is suing the doctor?
Right, but no, I saw Gil tweet something about is this like Tyrod Taylor? Did he consult with Tyrod Taylor before he agreed to go back in the game?
Herbert said after the game that he wanted to be out there for his guys.
Well, that's a very nice speech, but what if you've ended your career because of that? Can I just say, we're talking about the Jaguars and the Chargers a little bit, can I just say that the 28-point win by Jacksonville was the largest on the road since a 33-3 rout of Minnesota in 2001 when Trevor Lawrence was 2 years old. That's not, so I sort of combined 2 things earlier when we were talking about this, and Gil was saying, Trevor Lawrence 2, come on. All right. The truth, that's the statement, that the 28-point win by Jacksonville, the largest. If I don't clarify it, a month later, Gil will be like, Trevor Lawrence, 2. Trevor Lawrence, 2. Come on, PT.
No, Trevor, but to go back to his point, losing Rashawn Slater, I think, is a really big loss for them.
Massive.
He's one of the best tackles in football, and they just keep getting guys hurt. So that whole AFC West, we all thought this was going to be one of the most fun divisions to watch, but
instead it's a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
A couple other injuries I want to get to. So Dan Campbell just told the media earlier today that DeAndre Swift is expected to miss time with a shoulder injury. And Campbell said, quote, he would benefit from having time off. And according to Tom Pelissero of NFL Network, there's a chance he'll miss 2 weeks.
I don't know why you would well, everybody would benefit from the time off because you get to recharge. Look at Zach Eflin right now. I was thinking about him in the back end of the bullpen. He's got a fresh arm. How many guys have a fresh arm at this time of the year? He does. Maybe having a couple of weeks off, but I'll tell you what.
And Zach Wheeler, too, by the way. I mean, they calculated that to sit Zach Wheeler down and bring him back.
Well, one of the reasons why Zach Wheeler has been sitting out because his arm wasn't fresh.
I know, but it looks fresher now.
Maybe, but part of the concern is how much he wasn't fresh was the reason why he got shut down.
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah,
but he didn't want to get shut down.
He had some tricep problems.
I know,
That's
but
different from Eflin, who was down because of a knee problem.
Yeah, and now Eflin takes off his knee brace every time. They talk about that in the clubhouse, that like that's a part of his equipment, like he's an offensive lineman.
Right, but
or
that's
something
the
like
point I'm making is Eflin's arm wasn't why he was shut down in the first place. So therefore, his arm is nice and fresh because he didn't have arm troubles. He had knee problems.
I just want fresh
Wheeler
arms. Yeah.
had arm problems, which is the reason why he had to get shut down. So I don't know if he's so much fresh as it is rested.
Yeah, all right, fine. So you're asking me the difference between fresh and rested. Gotcha.
A couple more NFL stories I want to hit on real quick. So, Mike, you mentioned earlier about Tua Tagovailoa, that situation down there.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know the full story, Tua was stumbling and collapsing all over himself during the game. The doctors immediately took him off the field for concussion protocol. The NFLPA is investigating because Tua came into the game pretty quickly afterwards. So the Dolphins initially have explained that it was a back and ankle issue. Mike McDaniel told the media today that Tua's back and ankle is sore.
Yeah.
His back locked up yesterday. McDaniel said that they're keeping an eye on it because they have a Thursday night game coming up.
Easy to say. I mean, you got to make something up. It looked terrible.
Yeah, if you're getting the Players
horrible.
Association to file a grievance, that looks bad.
Listen, as much as I have sympathy and I care that these guys, the head injuries and the concussions, I'm very sympathetic towards it. I see that it's a major problem. I think it's hard to legislate a player who wants to play. He obviously wanted to play. Now, you might question the doctors. What were they doing? That's another question. But they were talking about on the radio today, Rex Ryan and Ryan Clark. These are one guy coach, one guy was a player, and both of them said how much more respect he probably got from the players on that team because he went back in that game. Mm-hmm. So it's such a fine line between the safety of the players and then trying to win. It's a shame. It's a shame that we have to think like that because, I don't know. Was he definitively concussed? It looks bad, but we don't know.
That's true.
I want to get to the fun story. This is, I think this might be for PT more than Mike here.
Fine.
So the Pro Bowl has announced that they are changing to a week-long skills competition and a flag football game. So the new event format will replace the full contact game. For the first time since 1951, the Pro Bowl will no longer be a contact game. The 2023, which is being called the Pro Bowl Games, will feature showcasing of football and non-football skills, and the entire event and its programming format is going to be run by Peyton Manning and Omaha Productions.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to say that. Yeah. Yes, this is right up my wheelhouse. One, I know players used to look at it like I'm getting that trip to Hawaii. But you know what? A trip to Vegas is still pretty damn good, I think. So, and two, they never really played a football game anyway, ever in the last decade of the Pro Bowl. They were trying to figure out something that works. If you've got this arm behind it, and by arm I mean the Omaha Productions and what they do, that sounds like it has the potential to bring some levity and some enjoyment to what the players weren't really invested in anyway. Well, that said, it better not be like the NHL All-Star Game when they were shooting pucks in front of the Bellagio fountain, and I was like, this is boring. Do something that entertains me.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't they do the flag football game on the beach, and Robert Edwards, who was a great running back at the time,
Yes, they did.
had a horrific injury? So,
and they said they would never do anything on a beach ever again.
I don't need a flag football game. I don't need a skills competition. I don't need any of that stuff in that slot.
Well, the NFL has an ulterior motive with this, guys. So the NFL has invested a lot of money in youth flag football leagues, including the International Federation of American Football. So part of this is going to bring in the kids element to it.
All right, well, we'll see. I could care less about the Pro Bowl games, or anything related to the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, but back in the day, you wanted to go to Hawaii.
The players. I said me.
That.
I said me.
No. But didn't you watch the Pro Bowl when they still tackled?
Yeah, not really.
Because the Eagles weren't in the damn Super Bowl, so you had to watch something.
Sports Bash is brought to you by my friends over at American Airlines. ACY, American Airlines and ACY are your gateway to the world, and ACY is your one-stop ticket to over 90 domestic and international destinations. Maybe you can fly the Pro Bowl right from ACY to Vegas, baby.
I took a flight like that once.
Save time and money. Avoid your fees and hassle of parking at the big city airport when you're checking out your next vacation on American Airlines from ACY. Excitement is just one stop away. American Airlines, ACY. Book today at AAA.com. All right, when we come back, Grayson's grades. He's got the red pen. I don't think it's red. I think it's probably a good color.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of A's.
He joins us next
Again.
Here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and watch the show live. Subscribe to the BFA Sports YouTube channel.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
Mike Gill on ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
All right, welcome back. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Grayson's grades are here. The red pen? I don't think so. I don't think the pen is all that red after that performance yesterday. Let's bring Scott Grayson in from Fox 29 and Props and Locks. He joins us now. You can read all of Grayson's grades over at 97.3ESPN.com. Man, they're taking it easy on you, Professor Grayson.
Yeah, in years past, I've run out of red pens and I've had to get more. So far, I haven't really had to use much of it this year. It's been an interesting season so far. I think some might say maybe the schedule hasn't been as hard as it has in other seasons through the first 3 games. But look, this team's doing what they need to do right now. Everybody's playing well. I think the coaches are doing a good job too, and therefore you get a lot of A's and I think 1 B in this last one.
Well, let's look at probably the biggest A of them all, maybe even an A+ if you're going that route. Jalen Hurts, and is this a mirage? Is this something that you think will continue to develop? Are we seeing him play at his highest level? Is there more room for improvement, or do you think is there some concern that he takes a step back?
Well, I think what we've known about the guy, and let's start with that. We know that he's intense, he's studious, he learns a lot. He spent the offseason watching a lot of film and learning from his mistakes last year, and I think we all wondered, well, how would that translate on the field? And I think you have to stop and say, look, the guy has been every bit the leader that had been rumored to be. This team is following him. All the work he put in the offseason seems like it's really working out, and it is translating on the field. Now, you start seeing the next step, which is people saying they've got their franchise quarterback. And I hesitate. To go that far through 3 games because you just wonder. You just wonder what's going to happen when he plays a really tough defense. What's going to happen? What
if that doesn't happen?
What if it does?
I don't know that they're going to be an underdog in a game the rest of the season. So
I would agree with that.
When is the litmus test going to be apparent?
Well, there's people saying pay him now, and I guess I get the argument, and I think I'm a little bit gun shy still from having the flashbacks to doing that with Carson Wentz, and this team got lucky to frankly get out from underneath his contract after 1 year of really a cap penalty, and I'm a little hesitant to do that with Jalen Hurts just because of that, and what's the harm in waiting until the end of the season? And I get it.
Well, by league rules, he cannot get an extension until the end of the year.
Right. So you've got the whole season to look at it. And I think that's what the smart person should do. Now, if he continues at this level or even something close to it, you got to. I mean, you're crazy not to. And I think it was interesting to look at the game on Sunday and see the guy you had and who had helped you get to a Super Bowl, and then look at the guy you have now and how, frankly, they're perhaps the favorite in the NFC to get there this season after, through 3 games.
You gave Devonta Smith an A, obviously, but I want to kind of get you gave him an A. He played tremendous yesterday, but just how these two guys, because A.J. Brown got an A as well, how they complement each other and how Shane Steichen uses them to complement each other.
Yeah, and I'll even throw a Dallas Goedert in there to say, everybody wondered how are they going to get the ball spread around well with this many guys that you want to touch it. And we all said, well, look, Devonta Smith didn't have any touches in week 1. It was the A.J. Brown show. When's he going to get his? How is he going to get his? And frankly, he was the star of the show yesterday, and A.J. Brown was kind of the supporting role. So I think what you're seeing is how this offense can beat you in multiple ways. And I even give Steichen, I think, deserves a lot of credit for seeing the mismatch with Quez Watkins in the slot and getting that big pass interference penalty early on. I think what you're seeing is Shane Steichen quickly putting himself in the conversation for head coach candidate at a bunch of places around the league. One thing we've always looked for is a balanced attack. The last 2 weeks, he's had a balanced attack. Devonta Smith led the action last week. Like I said, A.J. Brown, I think Dallas Goedert has found the perfect role for him. The touchdown was great. He gets yards after the catch. Those 3 guys, to me, are the key that they need to try to run the ball through the air every game.
Scott Grayson's with us. Grayson's grades. Hey, you gave out a lot of A's on the offensive side, but if you have 9 sacks in a football game, some of those A's are going to go on the defensive side. And I know you listed a few players, but let's start with the grade that you gave to the D coordinator.
Yeah, I've been critical of Jonathan Gannon, and that's all last season. The red pen we were talking about was out on him a lot, and I think, look, I don't know how much of it was the defense and how much of it was Carson Wentz just holding that ball way too long. but that being said, plays had to be made. They had to get back there, and they did. And those guys deserve the credit for getting there. I think Gannon is putting these guys in position. He's had some of the pieces that we wondered when they went out and got some of the pieces that they had that they have now. The keys in the secondary that are making quarterbacks hold the ball longer. You can't overlook that. So now they have personnel. We said that if Gannon had personnel, what would they look like? I was glad to see Hassan Reddick get involved, and I think that Gannon tried to make him a little bit better, have a better chance to get back to the quarterback. And, he was starting to get some criticism. But all the pieces that are there now, I think what we're seeing and what I really like is when they do dial up a blitz, a lot of times it gets back there and it causes havoc. So I just wonder if Gannon will start doing more of that as the season goes on.
Strip sack for Reddick or strip sack for Brandon Graham. But, of course, I was pleasantly surprised to see not one but two linebackers in your A group. When's the last time you gave a linebacker an A?
When's the last time they had a couple of linebackers that you could give an A to? I think you look at the linebacker play yesterday. Kaiser White was all over the field. TJ Edwards was all over the field. I love the way that those guys would see where the ball was going, and their closing speed impressed me. The way that they would attack the target and make the tackle. I mean, in week one, we saw some of the rust from tackling. These guys were missing tackles all over the field. These guys did not miss tackles yesterday. They were a key in helping to stop the run. I thought they were key in the passing game as well. I'm really excited about this defense. I like the fact that they have linebackers that can get out there and move around. It makes a big difference.
Scott Grayson's grades are posted at 973ESPN.com. Scott, appreciate it, bud.
All right. Thanks, guys.
You can check him out on Fox 29, Props and Locks as well. And, of course, here with Grayson's grades on the Sports Fest. He's talking Eagles. I'm giving away Eagles tickets. I need to enter somebody right now to win Eagles Club Box seats.
20 seconds.
609-573-3776. Caller 7. You can win Club Box tickets to see the Eagles
10
and
seconds.
Commanders Monday Night Football right here in Philadelphia. Club Box seats
5
from
seconds.
the Sports Bash. 609-573-3776. Good luck.
Wake up with
The Claridge Hotel has been around for a number of years. Here at Park Place and the world-famous Atlantic City Boardwalk, just steps away from the beach. So we've had a number of people come through our doors, each with their own style and taste, which is why they chose the Claridge to take their visit to new heights. Book your getaway today at Claridge.com.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
Touchdown!
Sixers
It's good!
and Flyers.
Oh, big save by Carter Hart.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
All right, final hour of the Sports Bash, but we got a lot to dive into. One thought every game. Casey Joyner from The Athletic in just a couple of moments. He's brought to you by Cape Regional Health System for a healthier life, PT. 609-463-CAPE. We've got Monday Night Football tonight. We'll get his thoughts on that game because it's an NFC East game, so we definitely want to get the breakdown on that. We're also got another chance for you to qualify for the Eagles-Commanders Monday Night Football game. Club box seats. Michael in Forked River is our latest qualifier, so we'll see Michael at our big party on October 28th. That's at Garden State Beer Company. We'll be live. One lucky winner is going to walk away with those Eagles club box tickets.
Yeah, I've been in those club seats. Not those specific seats, but I've been at the club level before, and it's exciting enough to be at an Eagles game. It's really, I was going to say fun, but I wasn't going to say fun enough. It's exciting enough to be at a game. It's like a whole nother level when you're literally at the club level. All the perks that come with it, and especially at that point. What's the date on that Commanders game again? Do you remember?
I believe it's November 14th.
Okay, so let's say it's a little cold outside, right? Let's say at halftime you'd like to maybe toast your buns a little and get inside, right? It's heated in there. There's plenty of seating areas. The food's a little easier to get to. The cocktails are nice as well.
Yeah, well, and the seats are nice and comfy, and they're about 50-yard line. So 50-yard line, club box, the whole accoutrement, you're getting a good deal. So listen for your chance to qualify here on the Sports Bash. All right, Casey Joyner's here. Let's bring him into the Sports Bash, get his thoughts on what we saw from Philadelphia. And Casey, one thing is interesting. You watch a lot of games, and whether the teams are good, really good, mediocre, bad, they come down to a play. Games are close, one score, a lot of excitement. Philadelphia is just dominating these games. So I got to start with what stood out about the way Philadelphia dominated that game yesterday.
What stood out is what stood out for most of this season, which is that we talk frequently over the years in the show about how teams have passed to victory. And some teams have a few paths to victory. Some teams have none. Some teams have a lot. Few teams have as many paths to victory as Philadelphia has had this year. You want to run the ball on offense? They can run the ball on offense. They did so yesterday. You want to pass? Okay, now they've got passing targets. They have AJ Brown. They have Devontae. They have Goddard. They've got a lot of people they can throw the ball to, and they're doing very well there. You want to stop the run? They could do that as well as anybody in the league when they're on their game. You want to stop the pass? They can either stop you by shutting you down in coverage or picking passes off, or frankly, they could just pass rush you to death. They could do everything. That there may not be another maybe two teams that can make that claim right now. They could beat you in every manner possible. So that's what's so impressive about the Eagles overall and in yesterday's game.
Well, I mean, you say that after the third week of seeing this. I mean, they're the one team that just dominated in their wins. I mean, the Lions game, I wouldn't say they dominated, but they had a 17-point lead in that game at one point. I'm not saying they're the best team in the league. I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl. But right now, through 3 weeks, they've been the most complete football team you've seen.
Right now, it's funny. My son and I watch the games in my room. We've got 4 different television things, and he's an Eagles fan, but he's watching the Bengals because he likes Joe Burrow. And I keep nudging him as the Eagles make a big play. I'm like, dude, you understand this is a Super Bowl caliber team, and he keeps looking a little more like I don't think he had really taken in the idea that hey, that's where this team is. And I think the NFL world has started to come along to the same idea that. Okay, look, if you said right now who's the Super Bowl favorite coming into the season, it was Buffalo. Even before, and in fact, coming into week 3, you would have said it was Buffalo. Right now, if I have to pick a favorite to win the Super Bowl, if I had to pick so just right now in this moment in time, yeah, the Eagles right now would be my favorite.
I guess part of the reason why you're saying that is because of Jalen Hurts. How much of what you've seen from Jalen Hurts is sustainable?
I think it's very much sustainable. The curiosity was, okay, how well is he going to, what's his vertical passing going to be like? Because we knew he could short pass. He'd done that at times last year. He knew he could run. There were things he could do. And you say, okay, we add one receiver. Is that really going to be enough to turn the passing game around? It is. Yesterday, on vertical passes, his passes throwing 11 or more yards downfield. He's 5 of 12 for 183 yards. No picks, 15.3 yards per attempt. It's incredible. And he's hitting passes to 7 passes. By the way, this is an interesting thing from yesterday. 7 vertical targets go to Devontae Smith. Only 3 go to A.J. Brown. You would thought that A.J. Brown was the vertical guy, but yesterday, 7 go to Smith, 3 receptions for 105 yards. A.J. Brown had 3, 1 catch for 38 yards. So looking at that going, okay, first couple of games, you're thinking A.J. Brown is the guy in this offense. Now Devontae saying, look, I was the guy last year, and I'm still that this year. Now you've got a two-headed approach. If you keep giving him those 2 targets and those guys don't get hurt, I think that Jalen Hurts, he's going to add some top 10 passing numbers to all these things as far as efficiency-wise. And if you've got that with everything else they've got, that makes this a powerhouse team.
Casey, as good as Jalen Hurts was, what was your bigger takeaway from this game then? Was it Jalen Hurts or was it the 9 sacks by the Eagles defense, including 4 in the first quarter alone?
It's not only 9 sacks. I'm looking at the numbers on True Media for we get the access to that to the Athletic. It's 9 sacks. It's 17.3% sack rate. It's almost 1 out of 5 dropbacks. 23 pass pressures allowed. 41.8% pass pressure rate. So every time he dropped back, Carson Wentz did over 40% of the time he was being under some sort of pass rush pressure, and Eagles only blitzed 23% of the time. So it wasn't heavy blitzing. You know, it's enough they were getting some off of that, but they were just absolutely collapsing the pocket. And Washington hadn't been a bad pass blocking team coming into that contest. So that says something for the Eagles that, hey, we can take, they're not a great offensive line, but they weren't an awful offensive line. We can take a solid offensive line and a solid passing game and get after them. And I think they also knew, I mean, you've got experience of Wentz, as the team does. I think they knew if you get pressure in his face, that's going to collapse the entire passing game for Washington. So I think that was part of their thing too, is let's pin our ears back. And if he makes passes, he makes passes, but we got to get pressure on him. And they did.
And we heard a take earlier in the show that what you don't see on TV, what you might see on the All 11 is that the secondary is improved. So, you know, Wentz is trying to hold on to the ball and find an open receiver. And because that secondary is improved, it's all interconnected. I don't have to tell you that, football scientist. It's all interconnected, right?
Yeah, big play Slay. You go look at his numbers. His advanced metrics coming into that contest. Actually, no, including yesterday's game. Slay now he's allowing 4.6 yards per target on 19 targets, only 5 completions. if you're looking at yards per target totals, if you're under 6, you're considered like if not elite, you're pretty close to it. If you're under 6, you're red rated in my category. And if you're getting under 6 and you're allowing that low of a completion percentage, I mean, right now he is the shutdown cornerback in the league. And usually I kind of, when people say shutdown corners, there are very few of them, and even the greatest ones can't shut down top receivers. He's shutting down top receivers right now, and of course he's making the picks too. So right now I'd put him up against almost any receiver in the league and know that he can at least keep them in check, which is a huge plus given what the Eagles' schedule looks like that in that area.
Last one for me about the Eagles and the Commanders. Any concern at all that this is back-to-back games that the Eagles haven't put up any points in the second half?
Yeah, but you'd like to see them do that, but I'll put it this way: it's that Sirianni's found a way to say, okay, we get a lead and we keep it, and we can just take a game and shut a game down after we get a lead. That's, to me, is a more important factor for them. So if it's okay, we're going to go play close to the vest, but you know what? If we've got a lead, we're just going to keep the lead that way. We're going to latch onto it like a bulldog and not let go. If that's what it is, if it takes, hey, we're going to play close to the vest, and maybe we don't score on offense, but we're going to help our defense out, I'll take it.
Casey Joyner, one thought every game. We're going to go through the week 3 schedule, which, again, just had some unbelievable games to talk about here on the Sports Bash Live. Before we look at one thought on all the games, let's get a thought on tonight's game, Cowboys and Giants. And obviously the Giants are 2-0, but the Cowboys, everybody wrote them off immediately when Dak went down. But the way I see this game, and see what you think, Casey, I don't know that the Giants have an answer for Micah Parsons.
Micah's been, he was on the injury report this week, though, with an illness. So if he's not at full strength, that's, their prayers have been answered on that one. But nobody in the league has an answer for Parsons. If he's at full strength, you never like to see as a comparison. He's not LT, but it's in that same category where if you don't figure a way to stop him, he's going to destroy your offense. So that's a big problem for them. Having said that, I like where the Giants are in many ways. And I like their energy. I like the home field advantage. I like where they are as a team better than I like where Dallas is a team, because I think the Giants know who they are and what they want to be. And Barkley, by the way, he's not quite back to where he was when he was at his elite level, but he's darn close. And I think that makes a difference for them. I'm going to take the Giants on a close one this one.
All right. Very interesting. All right. One thought every game. Let's get into it now with Casey Joyner from The Athletic here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN as we take you through the week through rendezvous, which had some very interesting game. Let's start off with the Bears and Texans. Might not have been a game high on the list, but the Bears get to 2-1, and they did it with a game where the quarterback didn't look all that impressive, but a win's a win.
Yeah, of course, it looked terrible, but hey, that's why you have 2 running backs in the NFL. Khalil Herbert, everybody thought coming into the year he's going to be the guy, or he's the breakaway back. No, guys. Montgomery was their lead back, Herbert's their backup, but he's got more breakaway threats, more breakaway ability, and that showed up yesterday. So as long as he can do that, and the Bears have a very favorable rush defense schedule, they're going to be able to win games like this.
Titans win. They were an underdog at home here. The Raiders fall to 0-3. I mean, the Titans, I wouldn't say they're the same team as last year, but for 1 week only, they kind of saved their season.
They did, and it shows that that Vrabel's got the pulse of that team. They know what they want to be. They're power rushing, and that's who they are, and they did that yesterday. The Raiders, you already see him fire McDaniel's trend on Twitter. I don't know what they want to be, and they look very much like a McDaniel's Broncos teams did, but they were very hot and cold, very hit or miss, very inconsistent. And if that continues, he's not going to be a success there anymore than he was in Denver.
Kansas City and Indianapolis, Casey, and I was joking earlier in the show that I'm going to need some help. I mean, we've been doing this survivor pool thing as a game between Mike and myself and some people on the show, and I'm 0 for 3. Every time I pick like whatever I pick, you should just do the opposite, because clearly I stink. I mean, I must be the kiss of death, but they did turn the ball over twice. I mean, what's your takeaway from Chiefs losing to the Colts?
I'll tell you what my son said about it when the Colts let go of Rodrigo Blankenship. He's a big Rodrigo Blankenship fan. He said when they let him go, half the football gods paying them back for paying the Colts back for that in that contest to an extent. But you know what? That's the thing. The Colts when they were falling behind in things. But I tell you about the Chiefs. The Chiefs, they are playing a closer to the best game that kept Indianapolis in this contest. And that's why Indianapolis was able to overcome what the football gods did. But I give the Colts credit, too, by the way. They did the same thing last year. Start off badly, started to play a lot better. And I think that's what they're going to be this year. They got to get that line fixed, though, because the offensive line is a problem for the Colts. They won in spite of that, and they're not going to go anywhere if they don't get it better.
I, too, am a fan of goggles. You can tell your son that. Buffalo at Miami. Josh Allen throws for 400 yards, and yet Buffalo loses the game. Plus, you had that whole Tua thing where was he hurt? Was he not hurt? What the heck's going on there?
The thing for Buffalo is, okay, they lost Micah Hyde. He's their free safety, and that's not why they lost this game, but it makes a difference in their defense. He was just a centerpiece for what they could do coverage-wise, and they're still good back there in the secondary. Excuse me, but they also lost Dane Jackson. They're getting banged up back there, and it's causing them some problems. But I got to say, Josh Allen, Buffalo looked down there like they were playing like New England when they go to Miami back in the Brady days, where it was just a kind of jinx going down to Miami, and it's very hot down there, and it's our weather down here is something you got to get used to, and the Buffalo Bills didn't seem to get used to that yesterday.
All right, Casey Joyner, one thought every game, Vikings, Lions, and obviously this is a team that Philadelphia has seen both of these teams. So what did we learn after they both lost to Philly and then played each other?
That Dan Campbell needs some lessons in game management to try that field goal late in the game. Excuse me. Instead of punting or instead of going for it, which is what they really should have done, just gone for it. He tried that field goal, missed it, gave Minnesota that short field position. He even said after the game, I made a mistake there, and he did. If he learns from that, the Lions will be okay down the road. If he doesn't, then this kind of thing's going to happen with them because that team's going to get a lot of shootouts.
All right, Ravens and Patriots. Patriots, obviously Jones goes out. Ravens on the road. Jackson looks great. The Ravens get to 2-1 with a hard fought road win, but their offense looked pretty good yesterday as 5 TDs for the Ravens yesterday.
Yeah, Bill Belichick doesn't do well against mobile quarterbacks. Coming into that game, it faced Lamar Jackson a couple of times. If I remember correctly, I'm trying to remember the stats that I had for it. Lamar Jackson in 2 games prior had accounted for 500-plus yards and 5 touchdowns against a Belichick defense. Belichick just doesn't handle that kind of team very well. It didn't yesterday either, and that's the thing. But Baltimore gives you they give you a challenge that most teams don't give you because with what they can do in the ground game and what they could do through the passing game off of that. So they're a unique challenge, and New England failed that challenge yesterday. And if they lose Jones, boy, imagine how bad that offense is going to be if they don't have Jones for a while.
Cincinnati at the Jets. You mentioned your son likes Joe Burrow. Well, 3 touchdown passes. I'm sure you like that. And, the Bengals finally did the right thing. They not only won the coin toss, they took the ball, and then they just set a tone right early.
They did. Their problem is, I write this article for the series for The Athletic every week, and it talks about one fantasy takeaway from the previous Sunday's games. And the Bengals, the takeaway for them is that their running game is still terrible. Their running game, there's a metric they have called, True Media has called offensive success rate, which is just basically how often you're having a successful run play from their EPA perspective. It's advanced metric stuff, but if you got to do well in this to be able to run the ball well, and the Bengals are dead last in the league in this category, and it shows they're running the ball horribly. Now, their offensive line is giving up a lot of passing or a lot of sacks, and they can't run the ball well. They do have talent up there, though. If the Bengals get their talent figured out up front and they can block better, which they probably will as the season progresses, we'll start to see what this team can do. But to win with under these circumstances, big plus for them.
Saints at the Panthers. Panthers snap a 9-game losing streak. I don't know if that's enough to save Matt Rule's job, but we'll find out. I mean, the Saints rallied a little, and they're saying Jameis Winston's still going to be their starting quarterback. What do you take away from the Panthers finally getting on the board? Chris Olave had a big game, and the fact that the Saints lost at Carolina.
Yeah, he's a big fantasy player too. 9 catches for I think a ton of yards. I think PPR league people love him. He's a big pickup. The Panthers, got to give him credit. The Panthers, though, they still have a lot of problems, and that Christian McCaffrey is not doing as well on a per play basis as he did when he's at his prime. That's a problem for the Panthers. He's now a volume player versus a breakaway player. The Saints, your quarterback's got a busted back. You need to rest him. I mean, I know he threw for 353 yesterday, but he's got a busted back. You've got Dalton there. You've got a backup plan. Use it and let him get better because it's only going to make the situation worse if he gets knocked out for the rest of the year.
Casey Joyner, one thought every game from the Athletic, Jacksonville and the Chargers, man. 10 points here, but I know Herbert didn't look the same, but Jacksonville, man, 38 points, a change of culture down there.
It is a change of culture. Their offense. Hey, look, Trevor Lawrence is a better quarterback than what happened last year. All the Jacksonville people said, if you read what Jacksonville beat reporters were talking about last year, they said, look, Urban Meyer just kind of mailed it in. He wasn't coaching very well, so Herbert just basically had a lost rookie season. Now he's got a coach. We know how good of a coach, offensive coach, Peterson could be. He's got tons of talent on him. They're not even using Travis Etienne. He's not even getting 10 touches a game, and their offense is doing this. So you got to like what they're doing offensively and defensively. I think right now the Jaguars are going to be a wild card. I Actually, they could be a division winner and go to the playoffs this year. That's how good they are, because as bad as the AFC South is right now.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to lean that way with you. Rams and Cardinals. Rams, something's not right with that offense. They do get a road win, though, and this Cardinals team really missing Hopkins.
Yeah, they're missing Hopkins. That, mind you, they funneled a lot of things through Marquise Brown yesterday. Dortch has played well. They've got some weapons there. Their problem though is that they can't put it together for enough offense in a game. You get a bunch of empty calories, what I call it, where they're getting a lot of yards and it's not turning into points. The Rams, give them credit. They were able to play a defensive game to win this contest, and they're having to do a little bit too much of that though. But I wonder, Matthew Stafford, by the way, he's dead last in fantasy points and on vertical passes this year so far. It's one of the things my athletic article from today covered. Dead last. I wonder if his elbow is in bad shape, and if it is, because he had offseason surgery, if he still has elbow problems, this offense can't go anywhere, the Rams aren't going to go back to Super Bowl this year.
Falcons at Seattle, Casey, and I saw this one at a drone stoppage, among other things. They had to stop the game because somebody was flying a drone above the field.
I get to give Seattle credit for they maybe the drone wanted to get a better look at Geno Smith's vertical passes, because he threw more vertical passes in that contest than he did in the first two games combined. They cut him loose, they let him cook. It helped for 325, but the run game still isn't where it should be. And Atlanta, Smith keeps telling people that our team is better than what you think it is, and to get on the road, a road win like that says, hey, maybe Atlanta isn't the people thought they were going to be a 2-15 team this year. They might be a 5 or 6 win team, not a great team, but I think they're going to be able to salvage more this season than people think.
Casey Joyner, one thought every game. This one didn't live up to it. I mean, it was a close game, but kind of ugly. 14-12, Packers beat the Bucks, and just lack of weapons on the Tampa Bay side. But Green Bay gets a nice road win.
Green Bay does get a nice win. Romeo Doubs looks really good. The thing is, they were able to use those the receiving corps. Aaron Rodgers has always been a guy who likes a target pulling. He wants one guy he can throw a bunch of passes to, and they'll just distribute the rest of the passes as need be. Right now, he's being able to funnel everything, not having to funnel to anybody in particular, but going through a lot of other people. Maybe he goes to Romeo for the rest of the season. I don't think so, because they're still going to distribute things out. But it says something for them that he could do that. And the Buccaneers, their ground game ought to be better. It's not. Their passing game is terrible. And I know they got a bunch of injuries and things, but Tom Brady right now looks like just an average quarterback when he doesn't have good players around him. That's going to be trouble for them.
All right, and then the final last night might have been the ugliest game I've ever watched, 11-10.
Even Tirico said it on the air like this.
Yeah, this is bad. Russell Wilson, they win 11-10, and Wilson, did have a big, drive late to kind of get them into position there. But man, that was ugly, man. I don't know how else to explain it. One thought on that game.
One thought on that game is they shouldn't have put it on Sunday night. That's for sure, because that should have been a 4 o'clock.
Yeah, but aren't these two teams that we thought were going to be pretty good?
I think the 49ers will be better. I mean, Garoppolo didn't look that good. I wrote about it in my article that part of it is they're not utilizing Debo in the same way they have before. They're making Ayuk their primary vertical receiver, and they don't need to do that. They need to get Kittle back. Once they get Kittle, Debo, and Ayuk back playing at full speed, they'll be fine on that offense. I'm not too worried about them. But Denver, Russell Wilson, hey, Seattle said we don't want to let you cook for the whole season. And right now, it's not working for them at all. They got the win, but he does not look like the same quarterback he was in Seattle. And it's not like he doesn't have good receivers, because they got quality receivers there. I think he may have been taking a step back, and that might be why Seattle was willing to let him go and not really worry too much about it.
All right, one thought every game. We'll be back on Friday when we look at the Eagles and Jacksonville. Doug Peterson is back in Philadelphia. And then, of course, all the Week 4 action. We'll break it all down with Casey Joyner right here from The Athletic on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Casey, as always, appreciate it, bud.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
And his appearance is brought to you by Cape Regional Health System. For a healthier life, call 609-463 Cape. Mike and Pete live here at the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games.
I enjoy Casey Joyner. And I loved his signature phrase. I often say path to victory. Well, they had all kinds of paths to victory. Yes.
Sometimes when the team starts to win and they're really good, people don't have anything to complain about.
We're having a hard time today, right? Nitpicking, or it seems nitpicky a little bit.
I am joyous. I don't need to nitpick.
Well, it's human nature to complain before you praise. Sports Bash brought to you by the Gallery Bar Booking Games. Come out and see Mike and I and get your game on at the Gallery Bar Booking Games right here inside Ocean Casino Resort this football season. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Go to the Gallery inside Ocean Casino Resort to go for the win. If you want more information, visit theoceanac.com. You must be 21 or older to play. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Pete, you're a big concert goer.
I am.
Right?
I do enjoy
so
the concert.
So do you know how to find out, like, if somebody has an opening act or if they're touring with somebody? Like, is there a place I could find it out?
setlistfm.com or whatever. That website tends to show, like, what the current tour is on and how long the show is and that kind of stuff.
I'm trying to see if Bare Naked Ladies has an opening act.
Right. Well,
I'm seeing two conflicting times for the concert.
Right. Well, and there's doors open versus when they actually hit the stage. And hey, I like to know that stuff. Man.
Well, I see on the Ocean website, 9 o'clock.
All right.
On the Bare Naked Ladies website, it says 7.
Yeah, that's probably doors open. But the doors open at 7. They'll go on about 9:15.
Yeah, but is anybody? The doors might be open. Is anybody playing?
I have no idea.
That's my question.
I'll find out.
Can anybody find out for you?
Yeah, maybe I will try to do that in the break.
Well, you're the only person I would trust with something like that I know. Now, there might be someone in the audience that's better at it than you, but I'm putting a lot of faith in you on this one.
All right. Let me start my work.
All right. Well, you're going to be there.
I know.
So you're going to want to know this answer.
I do want to know.
All right.
I want to know a lot.
All right, Mike and Pete, more to come. Don't forget, you can watch the show live every day. Subscribe to the BFA Sports YouTube channel or 97.3 ESPN's YouTube channel. And it's funny, we get people that still ask, hey, I'm watching the show. You can watch it on your big screen TV. If you have a smart TV, just launch the YouTube app on your smart TV. You can watch the show on the 97.3 ESPN.com website. There's a link. You click on the link. The player will be embedded into the webpage. You can open up your app and watch it on the app. Same thing. There's a link. The player will be embedded on the app link. Easy to do. You can subscribe to the BFA Sports channel or the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, and you'll get an alert at the beginning of the day when the show goes live, and you'll click on that. It'll take you to the live show. So if you want to watch the show,
last one a lot. I get the alert.
If you want to watch the show every day, that's an easy way to do it. So we encourage you to listen and watch and tell your friends. All right, more Sports Bash coming up. That song ended abruptly. I don't know what happened. Coming up here on 97.3 ESPN.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
ESPN.
All right, we're taking you till the top of the hour tonight. Josh says Rob Motti on at 6:20. Rob's from the AP, of course, talking about Eagles. He broke that news today about the new setup for the Pro Bowl.
Oh, very good. Rob also is the faith in the field, which I enjoy very much listening to on our air.
We're going to go inside the NFC East. Jeff Kerr, he's the host
Don't see
of
Jeff Kerr yet.
Good Morning NFC East, weekday morning.
Well, we got half of the answer, right? We know how the Eagles did against the Commanders. We get the other half of the answer in the evening, which is a great Led Zeppelin song.
I'm looking forward to the game tonight. I kind of think Dallas is going to win. And as much as I've been impressed with the Giants, I think Dallas's defense is – I don't think the Giants' offense is quite there yet.
It's the same thing for me. Like, it pains me to have to say that I think Dallas is going to do anything constructive, but their D is really good. And I think that, you know, although it's in New York and maybe that's worth something, but, Yeah, I think the Dallas Cowboys defense is no joke.
Hey, tomorrow on the show we're going to be talking with Daniel House, the new Sixer.
Okay.
I will just say this: I spoke to him today. I recorded the interview today.
Oh, very good. Okay.
Today was media day
That's
for
true.
the Sixers,
Yeah,
so
good.
he was available today. I got a chance to talk to him today. We're going to air it tomorrow. But I asked him about James Harden because have you seen the quote from Harden? He said somebody asked him
100 pounds.
He said 100 pounds.
Yep.
Tweet that.
I saw it. Yeah.
So I asked him. I said, hey, he said he lost 100 pounds, but you've seen him. He goes, I'm going to give you this.
Okay.
And he threw it out there. So listen tomorrow, 3:45.
Oh, that's a good
time
tease.
we're going to play it.
Nice.
To hear what he has to say about, they play together.
Yeah.
Him and Harden.
They did.
Houston.
Got a place there. In Houston. Kidding.
That was his best season as a pro.
I'm on with you tomorrow. Twice, right? One segment or two?
Tomorrow.
Yeah. You didn't answer the question.
Oh, yeah, tomorrow night.
One segment or two?
I was like, wait, it's tomorrow Thursday already?
Tomorrow's Tuesday. Yeah. But again, one segment or two. Tomorrow, do we have two?
Our normal time.
Right. That's two. Mm-hmm. Okay. Unless you tell me right before we go on. By the way, I have this. We're only doing one.
Yeah, I forget what happened.
Last week, we combined it all into one.
Right, because I forget something happened.
Right.
Because there was a Monday night game. Things got moved around.
Yeah, it's fine.
All that kind of stuff.
I serve at the pleasure of the MG, man. Whenever you tell me to come on, I'll come on.
All right, Jeff Kerr, he is the host of Good Morning NFC East, and we have a little Good Night NFC East as he joins us Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And let's get into the game tonight. The Eagles, let's start with that. The Eagles, obviously, as impressive. Jeff, you cover the league for CBS Sports. You got an eye on everything. I don't know. Is it fair to say the Eagles have been the most complete and impressive team through 3 weeks?
You and I have talked about this, Mike, before, and it's kind of funny, like, who's better than them right now? If you're really looking across the league, I think the Baltimore Ravens are a better team. I do think Kansas City's better. I think Green Bay is getting there. I still don't think they're there yet. I think if the Eagles play Green Bay now, I think they beat them, but let's talk in December. But we're going through 3 weeks. I think it's fair to say the Eagles are the best team in the NFC through 3 weeks.
If I was to ask you this, is this sustainable? Is their play sustainable? I'm not asking, is Jalen Hurts going to be the MVP of the league every single week that he plays, throwing for 350 yards and 3 touchdowns? But, is this a team that, I don't know, are we going to get to the playoffs and have questions about them because they haven't played anybody? Or is this sustainable in terms of when they get to the playoffs?
Yeah,
if
Mike,
they get to the playoffs.
It's funny. It feels like a little like 2004, right? Remember we knew they were good in 04, but they just destroyed everybody. And they went to 3 NFC championship games before that. They get TO, and all of a sudden, they're blowing out everybody. Then they get blown out by the Steelers. And then everybody's like, well, how good are the Eagles, really? And they just blew everybody out in the NFC. And come playoff time, obviously, there was the big injury to TO, and they had the question, well, is this the same old Eagles team? And it turned out it wasn't. They ended up cruising their way to the Super Bowl before eventually losing. It could be the same with this team, just based on their schedule and who they're playing. I think their offense can be better. That's what's scary about it. I think they get hot for short stretches, but I don't think they play the complete game together. I mean, you want to talk about the second half of games, fine, but they're up by so much. Does it matter? I still think they can run against anybody. I think they can throw against anybody. I just think they have weapons across the board. As long as they don't suffer any significant injuries, I think the best is yet to come, honestly.
So what impressed you more yesterday, Jeff Kerr? Was it Jalen Hurts and the way he played again at a high level, or was it the 9 sacks on defense and just the domination, especially 4 of them in the first quarter, my God?
Well, I didn't think 4 were going to come in the first quarter. I thought they were going to tee off on Carson Wentz because the interior of Washington's offensive line just wasn't good. I didn't think Gannon had to send that much pressure, so I'm going to go with Hurts just because. And you saw it in the first quarter. Washington put a spy on Hurts to make sure he did not beat him with his legs. Again, another team. We are going to dare you to beat us with your arm. And come heck to high water, as Jalen Hurts did that. He went to Devonta Smith. He went to A.J. Brown. He went to Dallas Goedert. And, I mean, look, I don't know what else you can ask for. They dared this guy to beat him with their arm. Second team in 2 weeks dared him to do that, and he did it. And Jalen Hurts is getting really good against zone coverage, and We already know he's pretty good against man coverage. So, I mean, right now it's just looking like Lamar Jackson at this point. Who can stop him?
Yeah, he definitely is playing at a high level. I think the fact that he has two number ones in A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, and then if you throw Goddard in there into the mix, you really have all kinds of weapons and choices. And obviously they have a schedule that looks favorable to them. There's a lot of things going on. I'm going to keep gently pushing you toward the defense because I want to know, I've been waiting to see Hassan Reddick show up. And Hassan Reddick had a strip sack yesterday. What are you seeing on the defensive side of things that either is raising an eyebrow in confirmation that this defense could be okay? And how about what Gannon's done?
Well, I thought this defensive line was going to be deep the whole year, and they lost Derek Barnett, and they're still showing how deep they are. Now Milton Williams is playing more. He's getting in on the action. You have, you mentioned Pete, Hassan Reddick, strip sack fumble yesterday. Brandon Graham, found of youth. Fletcher Cox, found of youth. Javon Hargrave's getting in on that. And, Jonathan Gannon doesn't have to rush more than 4 to get to the quarterback. I think he's proven that, and they're going to face bad offensive lines going forward. Now, Jacksonville's offensive line is significantly improved. I dug up a stat today. They have allowed no sacks in back-to-back games for the first time since 2007, which to me is incredible how poor their offensive lines have been over the years, but it's significantly improved. Trevor Lawrence gets rid of the ball quick. And really, the Eagles got to rattle them. I mean, this is a pretty decent offensive line they're going to face in Jacksonville. But overall, they are getting the quarterback, 12 sacks in 3 games. They're amongst the league leaders now because they had 9 yesterday. But the secondary is really good. I think that's what makes them so dangerous. Avonte Max having a good year. Darius Slade, James Bradbury. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is getting significantly better as he gets more involved in defense. Marcus Epps has been fine. Kaiser White. TJ Edwards is the reason Nakobe Dean can't get on the field. Right now, it's a complete team effort on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah. How many teams in this league wish they had Nakobe Dean? The Eagles drafted him in the 3rd round and are just kind of stashing him away for a rainy day here. I mean, almost an embarrassment of riches. What I want to ask you, let's pivot to tonight and we talked about it on Good Morning NFC East, which you can check out weekday mornings at 7. I'm Jeff's guest every Monday morning. I can't do it every morning. I'm sorry, dude. It's too early.
It would be awesome if you did come on every morning. That'd be sweet.
Well, if I'm awake, I can text you. I'm usually up around that time. The problem is consistently getting up at that time. But I was up today, and we had a good conversation. And I just feel like the Giants' offense isn't at a point yet where they're ready to neutralize a player like Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that. I think Micah Parsons, and again, you keep hearing the words game wrecker, game changer. Look, I think the Giants' defense is going to show up tonight. I really do think with Kayvon Thibodeau coming back, I think that's going to make a big deal, a big difference in that defense. And look, their pass rush has been getting home the first 2 weeks. I like what Wink Martindale's doing. He's the perfect player, the perfect coach for that team, but they're so thin in the secondary too, and they got a lot of issues there. But ultimately, I just don't know if Evan Neal or Andrew Thomas is ready for what's coming with Micah Parsons. I think Dallas is going to send him a lot. I think they're going to get to Daniel Jones a lot. And again, I keep bringing up this stat. Everybody hates it, but I keep bringing it up. Daniel Jones is 0-8 in primetime games and 0-12 on games that start in 425 or later. Everybody says it's meaningless, but he hasn't played well in those games either.
Yeah, I don't know that the Giants are – I mean, they're not the same team they were. I think they're better. I definitely think their culture is better. I think they're taking a step in the right direction. But I feel like Dak got hurt. We all wrote them off. But their defense is still legitimate, right? I mean, that's the difference between them and the Giants right now is they still have a very good – I don't know. Are they an elite defense?
I think Dallas is. Yeah, I think Dallas is an elite defense. I think they have an elite defensive line. I think Trayvon Diggs is actually having a pretty good year. Everybody wants to talk about his 11 interceptions last year, but he gave up 1,000 passing yards. You're not seeing that this year. You're seeing a more complete Trayvon Diggs, and I don't think they're going to get the turnovers like they got last year, but you got linebackers making plays across the board, and Leighton Vander Esch, he's having a good year. Anthony Brown's having a good year for them. Jaron Kearse, when he was healthy, he was playing well. It's a really good defensive unit.
Very good defensive unit. I agree with that. If the Giants were to win the game tonight, and we're talking to you on Wednesday, and the Giants are still 3-0, what do they do?
What did they do? As in, did they compete?
Yeah, what did they do tonight? If they win the game on Wednesday, and we're talking about this, what did they do tonight to win this game?
Daniel Jones doesn't turn the football over, and Saquon Barkley and one of those receivers shows up. I think if they win tonight, it's going to be like a 23-20 game, Mike.
Yeah, it's interesting because Barkley's I think the over/under for his yardage is like 72. I mean,
he's going to go off. Do you want to know why he's going to go off? I'm playing against him in fantasy.
Oh, I like that.
Barkley's going to have – and, Jeff, I'm 0-3 in Survivor, too, by the way. I mean, like, if you want a lock for each week, just ask me who I like as my lock and then go the opposite way.
You want to hear my week, Pete? 4-1 in Super Contest, right? So I'm in first place there.
Okay.
I played Devonta Smith I have him in 10 fantasy leagues.
He's in 14 fantasy leagues.
That's funny.
14?
I played him in 10, and I won all 10. So I guess I know
boy.
what the heck I'm doing some weeks.
Yeah, you're riding high.
Crazy. Yeah, I'm very interested to see if if Dallas stacks the box and says, Daniel Jones, see what you can do. That's tonight, the chess match. And then how the Giants go about this. Do they say to Cooper Rush, is Gallup playing tonight?
No, I don't think he is. I think his return is going to be delayed another week.
All right, so another week where they're kind of lacking in weapons. I'm intrigued. It's got to be better than the Sunday night game I watched.
Oh, that was terrible.
You know what? It might only be better than the Sunday night game just because we care about these two teams. That Sunday night game was beyond atrocious. I mean, only Jimmy Garoppolo can step in the end zone to prevent a pick six.
Jeff Kerr, weekday mornings at 7. Good Morning NFC East on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. You can read all of his writing over at CBS Sports. He'll be back on Wednesday. We'll take a little midweek look at the NFC East and all of the stories that are happening here in the NFL on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Jeff. We'll talk to you Wednesday, pal.
Mike, I got some bad news before I came on. So I was trying to get a one-on-one with Doug Pearson this week. I thought maybe the Jaguars would throw me a bone. Nah, Doug's pretty busy this week. It's just one of those weeks.
It's a CBS game, too. It's a CBS game.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I said. I was like, come on, man. I would love to talk to him for 5-10 minutes. But I get it. I get it. I'm totally understanding of it.
By the way, do you know who's calling the game this week?
Oh, we got that already?
It is, hold on, Sparrow Deeds, Jay Feely, and
there you go.
I never say Deeds' last name, but I just call her Deeds.
There you go. Yes, I had a little inside info from my Announcer Schedule podcast.
Oh,
They gave us the information already on that.
Yesterday, too, by the way. I think Jay or Sparrow did. One of them did say, we got the game of the week. I'm like, oh, boy, you guys really like to ruin it, don't you?
There you go. All right, Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, and Good Morning NFC East. All right, Jeff, take care, bud.
That sounds great. Thanks for having me on.
All right, Bills and Ravens. That's a 1:00 game. That's Ian Eagle and Charles Davis. Jets and Steelers, Greg Gumbel, Adam Archuleta. Chargers and Texans, Andrew Catalan, who, by the way, was our guest on the Announcer Schedule podcast this week.
I've been listening to your Announcer Schedule
Did
podcast.
you listen to our conversation with Andrew?
No, I just finally caught up on Tom McCarthy. Come
okay,
on,
well, Andrew went into the WAER Radio Hall of Fame. That is the Syracuse student radio station.
Syracuse.
And he's going to the Hall of Fame with Tony Caridi, who is the voice of the Mountaineers.
Oh, that's very cool. Nice. Okay, what happened to my thing?
It was down at your neck.
Oh, sorry. Well, I don't know. Jeff Kerr's appearance at the Sports Bash, by the way, is sponsored by BMW of Atlantic City. Closer than you think. Shop their entire new inventory and take advantage of exceptional offers online anytime at BMWAtlanticCity.com.
And by the way, the Tom McCarthy game would have been Browns and Falcons, but his commitment to the Phillies supersedes this game, so Beth Mowins is doing the game with
I heard him say that.
Barber.
Yeah, I remember that.
The 4:25 game is Nance and Romo. That's Packers and Patriots. And then Kevin Harlan and Trent Green are doing the Raiders and Broncos.
I like Kevin Harlan.
I think that's the game we have on 97.3.
The man is drunk. He's on the field.
All right, we'll close out the show. Coming up next, live at Ocean, the Gallery Bar Booking Games on 97.3 ESPN.
just $5. Plus a wing special for you and your crew like no other.
We're here at the brand new RK Service Center. We've got to be super excited about all the things that are going on here at RK.
We are. We're super excited. We've been waiting this for a long time. We're very proud of this facility. We are hiring new technicians, so we're offering a $1,500 sign-on bonus. You can check with our managers in terms of the details on that. But along with that, we offer healthcare, dental, eye, 401k with a match, and on it goes.
No better place to look than right here at RK Auto Group.
RKAutogroup.com, but individually for each manufacturer would be myrkchevy.com, myrkkia.com, and myrksubaru.com.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Getting ready to get out of here, but not before we thank all the people here at the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games. Now, PG, you're not a betting man.
What do you mean? I've placed a bet here at the Gallery the first week we did the show here.
Yeah, that's different from being a betting man. That means you came here and did you put a bet in.
I did.
You don't bet games every day.
I'm not. You're right. I'm not a betting man in that regard. That's fine.
But if you were betting the game tonight,
what's the spread?
I don't know.
Okay, well that makes two of us. What? What was your point?
Who would you take?
Oh, I told you I'm taking the Cowboys. It is Giants -1.
Yeah,
that's your spread.
I like Dallas to win the
and
game.
The over/under is 38.5.
I like Dallas, and I probably like Dallas in the under.
I like Dallas in the under. Primetime games have not been good for the over.
So give me a couple of bang thoughts on what you saw, dude.
I found something else out about that Falcons-Seahawks game. Cordero Patterson, he's like, look, I'm not coming all the way out here and losing again. Like, they basically stayed out there. The Falcons did that move where they stay on the West Coast.
Oh, you asked
right?
about that.
I asked about it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, on Thursday, you were wondering if they were staying out there.
Yes, I did.
PT, I listen.
Well, I don't.
I know.
And now they're heading back
big
home.
Difference in
Ryan's over there laughing.
Yeah.
They'll head back
PT,
home.
There's a big difference between me and you. I listen,
and
you don't.
I don't. Yeah, but you know what? I say hello to people, and you don't. They'll head back home after managing to avoid Las Vegas as the only 0-3 team in the league. Names are, hey, guy, hey, fella, hey, pal.
Okay.
Hi, sport.
Uh-huh.
It's good to see you, dude.
Sure, yep.
But they all remember mine.
Yep, that's it. That was funny. The other day you were talking about how you don't remember anybody's names.
I do remember names.
No,
I remember a lot.
I'm saying, listen. You let me finish the story.
Okay, go ahead.
So we put you on a mission to find out this guy's name.
Right?
and
You've done
then
that before.
you said you got the guy's name. Then we saw you said, and even though I've asked that guy's name, I still don't remember. And I go, Denny. His name
you knew
Denny.
it. You knew it, and I didn't. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, look.
You tell me the guy's name once, I'm going to remember it. I have respect for people, PT.
Oh, jeez, give me a break. I know a lot of people.
What's his name?
Steven. I think.
Good.
Guy. Come here, Guy. No, it's Ryan Schumacher. I know the guy's name. He puts us on the air, so to speak. And Josh Hennig, by the way. There you go. There's a little shout-out to all our listeners.
By the way,
it's not Henning. He's not a magician. He's not Doug Henning. It's Hennig.
I'm going to give a shout-out to our friends over at Charlie's.
Yeah, thank you, 800 Shore Road.
They put the Sports Bash on the TV at Charlie's. You can watch the show on your TV, or if you're going to a bar or a restaurant, you're having lunch one day, ask the bar to put the Sports Bash on.
Absolutely,
it's on the BFA Sports YouTube channel. Plus, download the free mobile app, 973ESPN.com/app. We want to thank First Bank of Sea Isle.
10 seconds.
They're back on as our official app sponsor for this football season. So
5
thanks
seconds.
to them. Thanks to Ocean Casino and the Gallery. We'll be back next week.
Hank the promo.
The Claridge Hotel has been around for a number of years. Here at Park Place and the world-famous Atlantic City Boardwalk, just steps away from the beach. So we've had a number of people come through our doors, each with their own style and taste, which is why they chose the Claridge to take their visit to new heights. Book your getaway today at Claridge.com.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.